In Yunxiao's mind, the scene of his battle with Tiansi in the end of the world suddenly emerged. The countless cultivators that had appeared out of thin air were exactly the same as the one in front of him. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart was now burning. In this world, there is no such thing as turning the void into reality. If there is, then you can create the world. Hundreds of warriors rushed out from all directions, all of them erupting the power of the immortal state and above. Under the impact of all kinds of auras, the space around Yunxiao became blurry, but he did not show any fear. The ultimate looked at him from afar and smiled indifferently. Do you think it's hard to create a world? What do you mean? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Creating a sacred artifact isn't much different from creating a world, the ultimate said. Actually, it's very easy to become a true creator. As long as you have a realm emblem and fuse it into the sacred artifact, there's a chance of creating a powerful world. Realm emblem? What do you want this for? What? Yunxiao was surprised. If it's just to refine a world, why did you destroy it? Wouldn't it be better to just leave it in the realm of heavenly martial arts? Hee, what a joke! The ultimate sneered and said, if I create my own world, I will be the god of that world. However, no one would use the seal to refine a world. As you said, once you become the master of 1,000 worlds, you can travel the universe without any restraints. The experts you see in front of you are indeed experts. You just don't want to believe it. I'll believe you. Damn it, Yunxiao cursed. His eyes were shining with a golden light as he looked at the warriors, but he could not see any flaws. However, he was fearless. He took out the world of mortals with a smile and waved it around. A violent force rushed out in all directions, and a large number of cultivators exploded under the power of these two elements. There were also some who were covered in injuries and were sent flying tens of thousands of feet. What? The ultimate was stunned for a moment, and his eyes swept past the smiling pride of the mortal world. In a flash, Yunxiao disappeared from where he was and reappeared directly behind him, then turned his fan and slapped it down. The ultimate's eyes revealed a slightly strange look, and then he formed a palm with one hand and greeted the attack behind him. Bang! The golden fan seemed to have hit a rock and was greatly hindered. The power of wind and fire elements exploded between the two, and they were both sent flying. Yunxiao's face darkened as he grabbed his fan and was about to rush forward again. Sinkhole quickly formed hand seals with both hands and took a step back, disappearing into the void. Then, a large number of warriors emerged around Yunxiao, tearing through the void and pouncing on him. Even if these people are all real, they're just minions. The smiling pride of the secular world waved his fan, and those martial artists were all shaken away. Some died and some were sent flying. It's useless no matter how many minions you have. Sinkhole, come out. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he looked around. Suddenly, he teleported and reappeared 1,000 feet away. His left hand turned into a purple thunder sword, and with a swoosh, it pierced into the void. The space was cut open by the sword, and only then did Guishu's figure appear. He retreated dozens of steps, his face revealing a strange expression. You're even more difficult to deal with than I expected. There will be things that are beyond your expectations, such as death. Yunxiao made a grabbing motion with his left hand, and purple thunderbolts immediately spread out from his palm. In an instant, the entire world was filled with purple lightning. He also transformed into lightning and stood between the heaven and earth like a giant spirit, looking down on the world. Even if you have the power of creation, I also have the Brahma Purple Mansion Divine Lightning, which can destroy 10,000 worlds. Yunxiao raised his hand and slapped down. A purple light bloomed from his palm, and countless thunderbolts struck down from the sky, shaking the boundless earth. Boom! 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 Thunderbolts as thick as a bowl kept shooting out of Yunxiao's palm, shattering the sky into countless pieces and turning large amounts of sand and stones into powder. Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He now understood that the key to this battle was to break the Eye of 1,000 Years and get out of the artifact space. Otherwise, no matter how much they fought, it would be in vain because the ultimate was the god of this world. On the battlefield where Luanyu and Shenyuanyao were, they were also affected by the purple lightning and could not help but separate. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the terrifying power of destruction. The ultimate finally couldn't sit still any longer and materialized out of the void. The third eye on his glabella opened and shot out a crimson blood-colored beam. It's just realm power. What can it do to me? The red eye in the center of his brows blinked, and the sinkhole's body glowed red, spreading out like a rainbow. Beams of red light turned into light waves and shot toward Yunxiao. The red light struck the purple lightning and exploded, turning into a powerful impact that scattered in all directions. Bang! 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 The sky was filled with terrifying explosions. The purple lightning was clearly suppressed, and the blood-red light continued to gain the upper hand under the ultimate's control. However, the heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles had already been shattered, turning as dark as the night. Luanyu and the rest retreated in shock, looking at the battle in the sky with grave expressions. You are indeed much stronger than I expected. I didn't waste these few years. Sinkhole's face was cold, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. But I've recovered more strength. The blood-red eye between his eyebrows opened again, and strange magatama appeared around his pupil. Several magatama pieces were arranged in a circle, like an evil flower. In an instant, the crimson light around them grew even more intense and continued to suppress the purple lightning. Yunxiao's face flickered, and his eyes were filled with horror. The power of the red light seemed to be endless. This power came from the world, from the saint artifact, the 1,000-year eye. However, his purple lightning was formed from his own spiritual energy and was ultimately limited. Surrounded by the red light, only the space within 1,000 feet was purple. The land and sky outside the 1,000 feet were all stained with blood. Furthermore, this thunder world was still shrinking. Shenyuanyao's expression changed, and he soared into the sky. He grabbed with both hands, and a large amount of green light gathered in his palms, which he then struck toward the ultimate. Humph! You really think I don't exist? An ice-cold voice resounded in the sky as Luanyu's mocking face appeared. An infinite amount of light spread out and exploded on Shenyuanyao's green light. Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying power shot up into the sky like a huge pillar of light. White light spread out from where the two of them had struck, rippling into the red blood light and affecting the ultimate to a certain extent. The Misty Rock Master and the others immediately acted as well, once again engaging in a chaotic battle with Shilong and the others. The ultimate sneered, formed a hand seal with one hand, and pointed at the ground. Immediately, human figures appeared on the sand, once again forming hundreds of godly state experts that attacked the Misty Rock Lord and the others. Yunxiao was shocked as he looked at the ultimate in disbelief. How was that possible? How could he be so strong? Under his full-power resistance, as well as the attacks from Shenyuanyao and Yuri, the ultimate was also affected. After all, the battle between heaven and earth was indiscriminate. It would cause the eye of 1,000 years to tremble, negatively affecting the sinkhole. But even so, he still had the time to deal with the Misty Rock Lord and the others. Hee. Are you surprised? The shockwaves from Luanyu and Shenyuanyao's attacks gradually dissipated, and the two of them appeared from the center of the vortex. Luanyu laughed and said, Even if the ultimate is outside of the holy artifact, it's enough to kill all of you. The reason why we chose to fight in the holy artifact was not because we wanted to borrow the power of the holy artifact, but because we were afraid of destroying the Dragonized Pool. Shenyuanyao stared at the ultimate in shock and said in a trembling voice, Don't tell me Zhenjin is he Zhenjin. Luanyu nodded with a mocking smile and said, That's right. The ultimate has already recovered to the Realm King. Haha. You minions must be feeling desperate, right? Both Shenyuanyao and Yunxiao were greatly shocked, while Lord Lan Yen and the others, who were fighting hard below, felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and their hearts suddenly became extremely heavy. You're lying to me. It's impossible. No, Shenyuanyao shouted. Since my cultivation level has dropped, how can I recover it? Unless I encounter a heaven-defying opportunity. I'm afraid you can't even find such an opportunity in the realm of heavenly martial arts, except for snatching the true dragon's luck. Haha. You frogs at the bottom of a well, don't you think too highly of the realm of heavenly martial arts? Luan Yu ridiculed and laughed wildly, saying, the sinkhole laid down this move 1,000,000 years ago just in case. I didn't expect it to really be used. The reason why he placed the 1,000-year eye into Wu's body was to protect the eye race. However, have you ever wondered why he wanted to preserve the eye race? What? Shen Yuanyao was shocked. Isn't it to continue your bloodline? Continue your bloodline? Ingluo. Luan Yu even mocked. This is the narrow-minded and short-sighted nature of you humans. The sinkhole is the ancestor of the eye race, and as long as he doesn't die, he can continue on with his bloodline at any time. Both Shen Yuanyao and Yunxiao's faces changed drastically. They had already guessed a possibility, and their faces turned pale. Haha! It seems like you've become smarter under my guidance. Luan Yu's eyes shot out a boundless coldness that penetrated straight into one's heart. He said coldly, the remaining eye race beings were originally the sinkhole's own food. Although Shen Yuanyao and Yun Xiao had already guessed it, they still could not help but gasp when they heard Jiyu's words, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Be it Yuri or the Ultimate, both of them were supreme experts who ended the era of true spirits back then. He had not expected them to be so inhumane. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was thinking more. Not only the two of them, but Six-Winged was also thinking the same. He had thought of various ways to persuade Six-Winged, but it seemed impossible now. Luan Yu looked at their deathly pale faces and seemed to be very pleased. He laughed wildly and said, ha ha ha! What a bunch of pitiful ants. Sinkhole, hurry up and kill them. I can't wait to recover my strength. Shen Yuanyao's expression changed, and he said coldly, such a shameless and cruel man. Even if he kills us, will he sincerely help you restore your cultivation to the World King realm? I'm afraid you'll be the first one he'll kill when he gets out, and then he'll take the true dragon's fate for himself. Luan Yu's expression was ice-cold as he mocked. Is there any use in such low-level provocation? The Ultimate and I naturally won't form a simple alliance. The most reliable alliance in the world is profit. Shen Yuanyao laughed coldly. Even if there are tempting benefits, working with heartless people is no different from playing with fire. You will be affected sooner or later. Luan Yu laughed and said, you minions are about to die. Is this how you comfort yourself? That's really low. The purple thunderbolt in the sky suddenly shrank with a buzz and condensed into an enchantment about 10 feet away from Yun Xiao. The Ultimate's eyes shrank as he stared at him coldly. What? Have you lost all hope after hearing Luan Yu's words? Hee. Yun Xiao smiled faintly and said, since you have Qiue's memories? What do you think? Am I that kind of person in her memory? The Ultimate nodded and said, you're a madman who won't give up even if you die. This is it. Yun Xiao's face turned calm as he said, no wonder you didn't agree to my condition of giving up a region. It turns out that you've already eaten your clansmen. The Ultimate's expression changed slightly, as if he was a little unhappy, but then he dispersed and said indifferently, the world is fickle. The real moon eye is split from an individual. To put it bluntly, they're all my clones, and I've just taken them back. What's done is done, Yun Xiao said. There's no point in talking more. I just want to tell you one thing now, Ingluo. The Ultimate's eyes narrowed slightly, and Luan Yu's face flickered as he stared coldly at Yun Xiao, wondering what other tricks he could play. I just want to tell you that Jie King Realm Kasaya is no longer a threat to you. The last few words were like thunder as they were shouted out. Then, a sword light shot out from the 100-foot purple lightning and shattered the void. The 1,000-year eye was connected to the sinkhole. The moment the sword chi appeared, his heart trembled as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. With a flash of the sword in his hand, Yun Xiao teleported up and then brought it down on the man's head. Boom! The red light that filled the sky was instantly shattered. A sword chi that shouldn't have existed in this world crossed the sky and directly split the world in front of many powerhouses. Boom, boom, boom. He could only watch helplessly as the heavens and earth underwent a great change. Countless fragments fell one after another, and the scene in front of him returned to the ancient times of smoke and clouds, the vortex of boundless spiritual liquid. The ultimate was not far away. His face was deathly pale, and the red in his eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of fresh blood, bright and dripping. Luan Yu's face was filled with terror. The ultimate had actually been injured by the attack just now. Xianxia did not feel good either. In order to open the eye of 1,000 years, almost all of his body had been sucked dry by the boomerang. At this moment he was standing in the void, tottering. Yifan hurriedly released Noah's ship and took Xianxia in. Meng Wu, her brother, and Feini, as well as the others, quickly surrounded him. "I'm fine." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "I'm just exhausted. Feini, go and help Lord Shenyuan." Feini muttered to himself before flying out of the battleship. At the same time, Xianxia waved his hand, and the crocodile transformed into a giant spirit, roaring as it rushed over. Now that Guishu was injured, even if his combat power was not reduced, his illusion had been broken. Under the siege of Shenyuan Yao and the others, he had lost his advantage. Luan Yu's expression turned unsightly as he leaned towards the ultimate and said, "How is it?" Guishu closed the blood-red eye on his forehead and said without hesitation, "I'm slightly injured, but it's not a big deal." His eyes were still cold as he stared at the battleship, but he was still confident. Luan Yu cried out in shock, "Even you were injured? The Xingluo, I wonder what that sword is." Ultimate nodded. "It seems that Li Yunxiao has refined something terrible. However, no matter how strong that sword was, he has completely lost all his strength after that one attack." Luan Yu's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "This person is too terrifying. I must get rid of him this time." "Yes." Guishu nodded. "Since he's the one chosen by the realm of heavenly martial arts, he naturally won't be too bad." Luan Yu looked around and coldly said, "Leave old Shenyuan to me. Shi and Yuan, you can each pick one. Can you deal with the rest?" Shi's eyes turned towards the misty rock master, killing intent radiating from them. Yuan's expression changed slightly as he stared at the giant spirit formed by the astral wind. The sinkhole took a look. If they were to fight 3 against 3, then only Feini, Xiaohong, and the imprisoned Dharmakaya that had been possessed by the evil spirit were left. As for Ro Wei and the others, they could be completely ignored. The 3 of them were all creation realm experts, and their abilities were not to be underestimated. Ro Wei and the others posed no threat to them at all. The ultimate's face darkened. "I'll try my best. However, in my current state, I'm afraid that it will take some time and effort to kill the 3 of them." "Haha, that's good." Luan Yu laughed and said, "You just need to stall these 3 people first. It'll naturally be best if you can kill them. I'll come help you after I'm done with that old bastard Shenyuan." Then, 2 sword lights flashed in the air and slashed toward Shenyuan Yao. Shi and Yuan also moved at the same time, facing the Misty Rock Lord and the crocodile. Feini sneered and stared at the ultimate. "You sure are confident." The phoenix feathers behind her spread out, and an agile figure appeared in the air, sticking close to the ultimate. Xiaohong and the evil spirit also made their moves. One hand flew out of the ancient god's battlefield and pressed down on the ultimate. The other person clenched his 5 fingers, and his 5 elements true chi turned into an axe and chopped down. A strange look flashed in the ultimate's eyes. He raised his right hand, pointed with his index finger, and shouted, "God chasing soul capturing." Behind him, there seemed to be a giant eye slowly opening, staring ahead. Under the combined attack of the 3, the ultimate in front of them was smashed into pieces with a loud bang. However, the next moment their expressions changed drastically. They found that time and space had changed, and they were no longer in the dragon transformation pool. They had all been under an illusion and appeared in different time and space. How can he be so strong? On Noah's ship, Poron and the others looked at the battlefield in front of them. With just a point of the ultimate's finger, the shadow of the eye of 1,000 years appeared behind them and captured the 3 of them. The figures of Fei and I and the rest were frozen in the sky, but their expressions were very varied, and their expressions kept changing. The expressions of the three people were all the emotions that they had displayed in various illusions. However, their bodies were all frozen in a daze, not moving. Not good. Xianxia was also taken aback. He did not expect the ultimate to have such strength even when it was injured. He only moved his body slightly, and he felt powerless. He couldn't even stand up. Master! Meng Bai hurried over to help him up. Xianxia indicated that he was fine, and his face was full of worry. Fanny and the other two are in the illusion. If they can't come out in time, I'm afraid they will fall deeper and deeper. Looking over, the three of them had cold expressions and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. It was obvious that he had encountered a powerful enemy in the illusionary realm, and his spiritual energy was rapidly being consumed. Then what should we do? Yifan asked anxiously. Why don't I use this battleship to crash into it? The battleship has no consciousness, so it won't fall into the illusion. Xianxia was taken aback. This method might work, he said thoughtfully. Yifan was happy. Really? Then I'll go crash into it now. Hold on. Yinantian might be able to do it. But how much power can you unleash from this quasi-saint weapon? Let me try. Yifan said in shock. What are you doing, Ocean Emperor? Although I'm not strong enough, I've been cultivating the Sun Sutra for a long time, and my comprehension of the heavenly Tao is not weak, Polong said with a bitter smile. He and Ro Wei looked at each other and smiled. Then Polong raised his hand and changed his hand seal in front of him. The ancient Maha character circled around his body. A ball of light slowly condensed in the sky above the battleship and gradually became brighter, like a golden eye. The crack in the middle slowly opened. The ultimate's expression changed drastically as he glanced at the man. His eyes were filled with anger and coldness. The eye of heavenly Tao. Xianxia cried out in surprise. It's the eye of heavenly Tao. After the golden eyes opened, a resplendent golden light appeared around the battleship. It was actually a chain that stretched across the sky. The ultimate's face darkened. Under the gaze of the eye of heavenly Tao, the cost of casting illusions kept increasing, and the power in his body was draining rapidly. All of a sudden, the eye of heavenly Tao turned bone-piercingly cold, and a purple ray of light shot out from within, shooting down with a wang sound. Bang! The purple light shot into the range of the ultimate's illusion and exploded with a crackling sound, turning into purple lightning that spread in all directions. The three of them trembled and came out of the illusion. They quickly retreated in horror. The three of them were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. When Poron saw that the eye of heavenly Tao had attacked on its own and broken the ultimate's illusion, he could not help but be overjoyed. The seals in his hands changed rapidly. Chains of laws also appeared around the ultimate, and the thin golden chains bound his limbs. Sinkhole's expression changed slightly as he clenched his fist and jolted his arm. The chain of laws immediately began to shake, producing the clanking of metal but not shattering. Now attack! Fei and I shouted. Her body moved and she summoned the 8 treasures fire butterfly, which appeared on the chain of law. Xiao Hong also took out the ancient god's battlefield and suddenly fell from the sky. The evil spirit let out a loud roar. A powerful force of the 5 elements burst out from its body, turning into a fist force and flying out. The 3 powerful forces struck Guishu's body at the same time, but his calm face did not show any panic. Boom! The ultimate's body exploded, and the aftershock reduced the fragments to dust. Xiao Hong looked on in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Did you kill him?" Everyone's hearts trembled. Although the scene before their eyes was so real, the calm expression on the ultimate's face before his death made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. It didn't seem as simple as it seemed. The reality that they saw with their eyes and the disbelief that they felt from their rationality and emotions formed a strong contradiction that filled everyone's hearts. Dead? Are you guys talking about him? A cold voice rang out in everyone's mind. They felt as if they were in a trance. Then they shivered and returned to reality. The dead ultimate was unscathed and appeared above the warship. One of its hands was inserted into Poron's chest and came out from the back. Scarlet blood dripped from the ultimate's slender fingers, bright and dazzling. Husband! Ro Wei, who was beside Po Long, suddenly trembled. She felt dizzy and let out a shrill scream. Yun Xiao, Yi Fan, and the others also felt their hearts tremble as they looked over in horror. The eye of heavenly Tao above the battleship was slowly closing. Poron's eyes were golden, but they also revealed an unconcealed shock, as if everything in front of him was not real. Lord Poron! Yun Xiao cried out in alarm, his face full of grief. At this moment, Poron's entire body was soaked in his own blood. His blood had a faint golden tinge to it. He definitely wouldn't survive this. Not only that, but the three of them outside the warship were also looking at him in horror. All the power of the desperate attack just now had been used on them, and they were all injured. Fanny felt pain all over her body and a large part of her skin was burnt. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Palong's weak body hung in Ning Qiue's hand, but he suddenly trembled and reached out to stop Ro Wei. He shouted, "Don't come over!" Ro Wei's body trembled and she stopped. However, she was trembling badly and her shoulders were shrugging. She sobbed and cried, "My husband!" Polong chuckled and turned to look at Ro Wei. His eyes were filled with love and gentleness. "I won't be able to accompany you in the future. Water Fairy, I'll have to trouble you." Woo-woo! Ro Wei was already sobbing uncontrollably. She covered her heart with one hand and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her entire person was aging. People from fortune-telling families were already prone to losing their lifespans, and now that they were both mentally and physically exhausted, they aged in a snap of their fingers. "Don't be too sad," the ultimate said calmly. "I'll send her to you immediately after I kill you." "You?" Poron's body trembled, and his golden eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Ning Qiue's shoulders, pinching her deeply. The golden eye of heavenly Tao in the sky opened once again, and it became scorching hot and bright. The ultimate's expression changed slightly. "It's just death," he said coldly. "Are you so unwilling to die? What's going on?" Balin's expression became calmer. Strange runes flickered in his golden eyes, and a large number of Maha-ancient characters slowly overflowed from his body, surrounding the two of them. A look of shock finally flashed through the sinkhole's red eyes as he said in horror, "What do you want to do? Even if you risk your life and have a divine eye that can see through everything, what can you do? It's a pity that you're too weak, and you're just an ant. Turning into dust is your final destination." He raised his left hand and said in a cold voice, "Even if you want to self-destruct, you're just an ant trying to shake a tree." Ridiculous! The golden light in Poron's eyes suddenly brightened, and he roared, "Quickly attack! Now!" In the eye of heavenly Tao, purple lightning appeared once again. The lightning was surrounded by golden rule force, and it shot down. Xiao Hong and the others immediately reacted. They didn't have time to think and attacked again. The attack just now had all landed on his body, which was extremely terrifying. If they didn't take this opportunity to kill the ultimate, everyone would probably die here. They didn't have much affection for Po Long, so they didn't hesitate to attack him with all their strength. The ultimate's expression finally changed. Belong's eye bloodline technique and the realm power under the Eye of Truth had actually broken through his illusionary power. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough to be fatal. Childish. Even if I don't use my illusionary technique, I'm still a Jie King. What right do you have to fight me? The ultimate's eyes were cold as he roared. Everyone felt relieved. The angrier the other party was, the more it proved the fear in his heart. The most terrifying thing was that meaningless coldness and indifference on his face, which gave people a feeling of complete powerlessness. Sun-Moon Universe. The vertical eye of the ultimate, which had been closed all this time, opened again. A terrifying red light shot out, turning into circles of waves that spread in all directions. Poron was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and countless red rays pierced through his body. His body froze, and it seemed as if he had lost all feeling in his body. However, he still held on tightly to the ultimate. The moment Yi Fan went crazy in the returning ruins, He quickly kept the battleship and escaped into the void. Xiao Hong and the other two's attacks landed on the red light, shaking the heavens and earth. The terrifying power struck everyone in the surroundings. Although the three of them were in pain, they couldn't help but feel ecstatic. At least this attack was indeed effective. Previously, every time he attacked, it was inexplicable, and that feeling was really frustrating. Boom, boom, boom. With the ultimate and Poron as the center, the terrifying red light engulfed everything, including Little Red and the other two. Even though Yi Fan had entered the void at the first moment, he was still forced out. A golden light appeared a few thousand feet away, turning into the golden body of the battleship. On it, Yi Fan spurted out blood as if he was hit by an iron hammer. He fell onto the battleship and fainted. Lord Yi Fan. Meng Bai was shocked, and he went forward with Meng Wu to check on Yi Fan's injuries. They knew that Yi Fan had used Noah's boat to block the shockwave from that attack. Otherwise, they would have all been affected. Yi Fan also suffered a backlash from the attack. He spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Husband! Ro Wei's shrill cry reverberated in the void. Yun Xiao's face was also gloomy. He could not help but feel sad in the sorrowful cry of those who heard it. In a daze, a golden shadow slowly spread out from the center of the red light. It turned into specks of light and disappeared from the world. Everything was different, and all sentences were not sentences. All the sages were like lightning, and an empty body became a Dharmakaya. Ro Wei coughed out another mouthful of blood, and like Yi Fan, she fell backward. Meng Wu hurried forward and held him back. Ro Wei's body was already limp and weak, and she had completely passed out. That terrifying attack just now had shocked Luan Yu and the others, causing them to stop their attacks. At this moment, Shen Yuanyao and the Misty Rock Lord were also covered in injuries, and their battle was extremely intense. The crocodile was slightly better off with its immortal body, but it had also been torn apart by Yuan countless times, and its aura had suddenly weakened. As the red storm passed, the four figures were revealed. They were all covered in blood as they flew back. Under the attack just now, both sides were directly injured. For the first time, the Ultimate's face turned extremely pale. Even when Yun Xiao had split open the Saint artifact and broken the illusion, he had not been as embarrassed and angry as he was now. His red eyes had also turned back to normal black, but they were filled with anger and killing intent. There was also blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Fei and I and the other two were not in a good state either. They had been injured by their own attacks earlier, and now that they had exchanged a blow, they were also seriously injured. They fell far away in the void and finally stabilized their bodies. In the empty space, it seemed a little lonely and bleak. Sinkhole, are you all right? Luan Yu was also extremely shocked. He originally thought that with the power and illusionary techniques of the Ultimate, he could sweep through everything, but he did not expect to end up in a situation where both sides suffered. Luan Yu and the other two returned to the Sinkhole's side, their faces grave. One had to know that the Ultimate was not only in existence at the World King realm, but it also had unparalleled illusionary techniques and could even turn illusionary into real. Even in the era of true spirit, it was a terrifying existence that gave everyone a headache. The Ultimate's face turned pale as he clutched his chest and gritted his teeth. I'm injured, so I need to rest for a while. The three people from before had already lost their combat strength and were no longer a threat. The three of you can deal with the rest. Luan Yu said in shock. You're so scared that you can't fight anymore. The Ultimate turned to glare at him and said coldly, What? Do you want me to use my life to help you? No, no, no. Luan Yu hurriedly turned his head. Although Guishu was injured, he still did not dare to meet his gaze. His eyes flickered as he said, Then you should have a good rest. The remaining people were no longer a threat. It's only a matter of time before we kill them. The Heavenly Martial League's members all had unsightly expressions. Apart from Yun Xiao, who had exhausted his energy, all the others were seriously injured. Shen Yuanyao and the Mist Rock Lord weren't any better off. Although Shen Yuanyao was a half-step regional king, the same realm as Luan Yu, a true dragon was powerful and had a great advantage over others of the same realm. He had been suppressing Shen Yuanyao. The ultimate nodded and looked down at the Chaos Chicken. Quickly kill them, in case a long night brings trouble. As I see it, within the primordial chaos, he's going to dragonize soon. Luan Yu's entire body trembled. He looked down and immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. My son, hear my order. Kill all these people. Yuan's expression changed slightly, but then it returned to normal. Shi's face, which had always been dull, now had a strange light and a smile. Yunxiao's heart trembled. He had caught the smile in an instant, and it was so familiar. Yes, Shi responded and suddenly struck out, his 5 fingers turning into a claw. But they were not heading toward Yunxiao and the others, but toward the ultimate on the side. You coward! The ultimate was shocked. He never dreamed that there would be such a change, that his ally would launch a sneak attack while he was seriously injured. The 5 fingers were like claws. Although they were extremely fast, they didn't seem to have much power. It was only when they were close to the ultimate that they suddenly formed a seal. Guishu's pupils contracted and a look of horror burst out from his eyes. He seemed to recognize the mark and cried out, Yuring Luo! He wanted to escape, but he was a step too late and was pressed between his eyebrows by the handprint. Immediately, balls of red light appeared under Shi's palm, and with that as the center, a large number of runes spread across the ultimate's skin. It started from the center of his brows and went all the way down. The ultimate's body seemed to have been frozen in place, but his eyes were filled with anger and fear. He roared, Tianxi! Yunxiao's face flickered. The strange expression on his face just now was exactly the same as Tian's ice. But he did not expect it to be him. Yunxiao watched quietly with a gloomy face, but he was performing incantation gestures to quickly recover his physical strength. At this moment, the enemy's internal changes were undoubtedly good for them. Everyone was trying their best to recover. Shi's face revealed Tian's strange smile, and his originally dull face suddenly came to life. He laughed wildly and said, Ha ha ha! Sinkhole? Oh Sinkhole, you finally recognize me? You've always prided yourself on your unparalleled eye techniques. Why are you blind today? The ultimate's face was filled with rage, and he stared at Tian's eye for a while before shifting his gaze away. He stared coldly at Luan Yu and said, Is this what you meant by working together as one, and traitors will be punished by the heavens? Luan Yu furrowed his brows and laughed strangely. He, Sinkhole, you're wrong to say that. When did I betray you? It's this friend who doesn't like you and wants to kill you. Why are you blaming me? He glared at Tian's eye in dissatisfaction and said, Didn't we agree to act last? Why did you attack earlier? Guishu's face was ashen from anger, and the fury spewing out from his eyes was about to burn the ruling plume. Tian's eye chuckled and said, Last. The last time might not be the best time, but now was the best time. If I wait for him to recover some of his strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress him. Now that I'm trying to possess him, I'm very confident. Luan Yu said coldly, Aren't you afraid of delaying my plans? Your business. Tian's eye laughed in surprise. Please, Lord Yuri, we're just using each other, all right? What does your business have to do with me? Guishu's face turned pale and his face turned unsightly, as if the seal had a strong effect on him. His body began to tremble, and he growled in a low voice, Luan Yu, why are you doing this? Luan Yu chuckled and said, Sinkhole, actually, I didn't want to either. But you're too strong, so strong that I'm afraid. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to defeat you even after I recover to the World King realm. Thus, we have to find someone who can counter you, and Tianxi is undoubtedly the best choice. He was originally the natural enemy of the Pupil clan that you created to deal with the Moon Pupil. Luan Yu blinked and smiled again. Don't you feel like you're digging your own grave? Tian's eye sneered as well. Back then, you were afraid that you would not be able to control the moon eye that would appear after your strength dropped. That was why you created me. It was just in case you could use me to control the Tong race. But he never dreamed that he would burn himself playing with fire, shooting himself in the foot, right? Ha ha ha. The ultimate was extremely furious and struggled with all its might. But no matter what, It couldn't break free from the seal's restraints, and its struggle was getting weaker and weaker. Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! It's useless. You created me to deal with Yutong. So I was born to be your nemesis. It's useless to struggle. Ha ha ha! I'll be able to possess him soon. And I'll be a brand new ultimate. A brand new moon pupil, without any flaws." Luan Yu laughed leisurely. "Don't talk nonsense. If you want to take over his body, then hurry up. He is very weak at the moment." Tian-Si acknowledged, and Shi's physical body became sluggish. A human-shaped light rushed into the ultimate's body. In an instant, Shi's body went limp in front of Guishu, but Guishu's eyes were wide open, and his face was twisted in pain. Large beads of cold sweat poured down his face. Luan Yu's gaze became somewhat erratic. After staring at him for a while, she said, "How is it?" The ultimate shuddered, and Tian-Si's voice came, "It's a little troublesome, but it's still within my expectations. I'll only be able to obtain the ultimate's power and inherit this body after I completely devour this stubborn consciousness." Luan Yu nodded and said, "All right, then you can take your time in the possession. I'll go to the dragon transformation pond first." Tian-Si's expression changed. "You can't leave. You have to stay here and protect me, or Yunxiao and the others will come and kill me." Seeing that Luan Yu's expression was somewhat displeased, Tian-Si hurriedly said, "Look, that dragon isn't even that fast." Luan Yu looked at the chaos chicken. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured in crazily, the shape of a dragon seemed to appear faintly, but it was still a little short. "Hee, as long as I succeed in the possession, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Tian-Si laughed sinisterly. Luan Yu said indifferently, "Let's forget about the benefits. After all, you're not a good person. It's hard for me to trust you. It's just that we have a common enemy, so we'll have to make use of each other when the time comes." "Hee, your excellency has a thorough view." Tian-Si chuckled. Suddenly, his face froze for a moment before his expression changed drastically, and his eyes bulged out like those of a dead fish. "Bitch! You're not dead yet? Bitch!" Tian-Si's face was suddenly filled with fear as he roared and cursed. His calm expression became complicated again, and his face kept twitching. He still had the same face, but he suddenly became calm. However, his eyes were full of pain, and his temperament had completely changed. Luan Yu's expression changed greatly. He immediately became alert and shouted, "Who are you?" Yunxiao's face changed drastically as well, and he almost lost his mind. "Kiyue." The woman's face, temperament, and demeanor were Ning Kiyue's. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead as she said in a trembling voice, "Li Yunxiao." Luan Yu's face was gloomy as he said in a cold voice, "What's wrong? That trash Tianxi actually failed in his possession? Bastard!" Ning Kiyue's face suddenly turned ferocious and she shouted, "How could I have failed to take over her body? She's just a cheap woman. I'll kill her in minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed and became gentle, but his face was full of pain and struggle. "Go!" Yunxiao shouted. "Kiyue, do your best. I can't lose to him." Ning Kiyue nodded, but her face was already drenched in sweat. She was having a hard time. The originally delicate and pretty face changed as the two of them continued to fight. Sometimes it was gentle, sometimes it was ferocious, sometimes it was painful, and sometimes it was furious. Suddenly, Ning Kiyue raised her right hand. A golden light flashed in her palm, and a small golden sword appeared. She stabbed it toward her heart. Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath and roared, "Kiyue, don't!" The small sword suddenly stopped several inches away from his heart. His face became ferocious as he said in a cold voice, "You want to commit suicide and kill me? You're too naive. Do you think I'll let you do that? This body is mine. I will decide my own life and death. Woof, bitch. Now that I've occupied it, it's mine. If you want to die, you can just die on your own." The hand that was holding the sword slowly left the heart area. But Ning Kiyue clenched her left hand and pushed it toward her heart. The tip of the sword slowly pierced her skin and blood oozed out. Tian's face was filled with extreme fear as he roared, "Bitch! Idiot! Stop it, you and I will both die." Luan Yu watched from the side with interest and chuckled, "Tianxi, what are you saying? She wants to take you down with her. Can't you tell?" Tian's face contorted as beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. He pleaded, "Lord Yuri, please help me. Help me kill that bitch." Luan Yu sneered and said, "You guys are in the possession battle. How can an outsider like me help? Solve your own problems." Tian's face was filled with rage as he cursed, "Luan Yu, you vile person. You actually left me in the lurch. Don't tell me you don't want me to fight six-winged with you." Luan Yu's expression suddenly changed. He stared at him coldly and said in a cold voice, "You can't even deal with a woman, and you want to deal with six-winged with me? It's a disgrace for me to work with you. Besides, I finally understand that this body was originally this little girl's. You're actually shameless enough to snatch a woman's body. TSK, when you're in the netherworld, don't tell anyone that you know me. I can't afford to lose face like this." Tian's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "The Queen of the Netherworld? What do you mean by that?" Luan Yu's face sank as he shouted, "It means Swan and I." Xianxia was startled. He jumped off the warship and rushed over. "Kyue, be careful of Luan Yu." Ning Kyue raised her head and looked at Xianxia with a smile. 2 lines of tears fell from her eyes, as if she had been freed. The Luan feather suddenly moved, its speed far faster than Xianxia's. It suddenly punched Ning Kyue's body with a dragon fist, blasting her chest open with a bang and turning her into a bloody mess. "I mean, go to hell." His huge and cold dragon eyes stared at Ning Kyue's deformed face. He seemed to be able to see 2 souls occupying her body. "Damn it! Luan Yu, you won't have a good death." Tian's howled. Luan Yu laughed and said, "You speak as if you'll get a good death. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be thanking me for dying so quickly? I originally had high hopes for you, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. You can't even defeat a woman. How disappointing." Tian's face turned dull, as if it was full of unwillingness and anger. But then it became gentle and was replaced by Ning Kyue. "Kyue!" Xianxia cried out miserably, his eyes bloodshot. "Li Xianxia, don't come over." Ning Kyue spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but her expression was full of relief and happiness. She said gently, "This ending is what I want. Don't stop me." Luan Yu grunted and stared vigilantly at Xianxia. Then he pulled out his dragon fist. The moment he pulled it out, dragon chi exploded on the fist force, shattering Ning Kyue's internal organs. There was no way to save her. Eft. Ning Kyue spat out another mouthful of blood. Her body was like a broken kite, flying away from the ruling plume. "Kyue!" Xianxia roared, rushed over, and held Ning Kyue in his arms. The huge wound on her chest and the blood all over her body showed that Ning Kyue was not going to survive. "Hold on. You must hold on." Xiao's brain had completely lost the ability to think. He did not know what to do, so he desperately transformed the little bit of energy he had just recovered into Z with Qi and poured it into Ning Kyue's body. In fact, everyone knew that Ning Kyue could not live anymore. "Li Xianxia, don't waste your energy. It's my own choice. I like this ending." Ning Kyue kept coughing out blood, and her eyes began to lose focus. In a trance, she seemed to see the figure that was lingering in her dreams. "I'm finally free, Big Brother Morong. We can finally be together." Xianxia was so sorrowful that he burst into tears. His robe had been stained with Ning Kyue's blood. Luan Yu looked on coldly and snorted. "What a touching and moving scene. However, I don't have time to play with you." He looked at the Chaos Chicken and saw that the dragon chi in it was beginning to materialize. A clear dragon shape was gradually forming. "Ha ha ha! The heavenly fortune is finally on my side." He raised his foot and walked down. The expressions of Shen Yuanyao, Lanyan Master, and the others all changed drastically, and they rushed over without a care. "Ant! Dragon Fist Infinite Light!" Luan Yu snorted coldly and raised his hand in mockery. He punched out, and under the bright light, Shen Yuanyao and the Misty Rock Lord were once again sent flying, spewing out blood. Yuan kill as many of these scums as you can. Luan Yu gave the order and walked towards the dragon transformation pool without looking back. Yes, yes, Yuan replied. His face turned cold and murderous. With a casual grab, a battle spear appeared in his hand, and he shot it out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. But the person who was stabbed was Tao Wu. Luan Yu's body suddenly turned sluggish. He turned around and smacked out a palm. Bang! Yuan seemed to have been prepared for the palm force. The moment the spear was hit, his body suddenly split apart, turning into countless afterimages that attacked from all directions. Unfilial son, what do you want to do? In his rage, Luan Yu punched out several times and destroyed the large number of afterimages. However, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist as an extremely cold aura pierced in. The spear had chosen a place that the dragon scales could not cover when he transformed into a human. Yuan's expression was ice-cold as he pierced Luan Yu's waist with the spear in his hand. Red dragon blood flowed out of the spear. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden change, except Yunxiao, who was still holding Ning Qiu's body and crying in pain, unmoved. The series of unforeseen events had made everyone somewhat numb. Luan Yu's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he said in a cold voice, "Why? Why?" Yuan suddenly sneered, and his laughter was extremely cold. "You can even eat your own sons one by one as tonics, and you're asking me why?" Luan Yu was furious and cursed. "They're all unfilial sons who want me dead. Out of all my children, I admired you the most, but I didn't expect you to betray me." He was very emotional, and as he struggled, the wound expanded and blood trickled out. "Betray? Ha ha ha." Yuan laughed wildly and stared at Yuri in a mocking manner. "You really think I'm an idiot? Do you really think I don't know that you've been trying to refine us from the beginning to replenish your dragon essence, resist the 5 decays of heaven and man, and return to the realm of regional king? Do you really think I've always been under your command? Among your 9 sons, all of your brothers think that I'm the stupidest. But the truth? Who was the one who lived to the end? Ha ha ha. Who's the one who sent you off?" Luan Yu was stunned, and the Heavenly Martial League members stood there as well. They only felt that the relationship between these true dragons was really complicated, and their schemes were frightening. Yuan sneered, "The last laugh is the victory. It's a pity that my stupid brothers won't be able to see it." His battle spear once again pushed forward, and with a whoosh, it pierced through Luan Yu's waist, creating a large bloody hole. After that, Yuan struck out with his palm and pushed towards Yuri. He then took advantage of the situation and flew back into the dragon transformation pool. His eyes were filled with excitement. The one who will seize the fate energy and become the new generation of true dragons should be me, who has both wisdom and strength. Everyone was shocked as they watched him rush into the chaos chicken, but they were helpless. All of a sudden, Yuan, who had just entered the chaos, seemed to have suffered a great impact. He was suddenly jolted out and spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon scales all over his body shattered with a crash sound. What was going on? How could this be? Yuan looked at the chaos chicken and the true dragon that was about to take form. He was shocked and at a loss. A cold voice sounded behind him. "Because you'll always be a supporting role in this era." Bang! Yuan was injured and shocked. He was not careful, and Luan Yu's sneak attack from behind pierced through his chest. Eft! Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was filled with unwillingness and anger as he roared, "Why? Why can't I enter the dragon transformation pond?" His body was also dyed red with blood. Although half of his ruling plume was also bleeding, it was obviously not life-threatening. On the other hand, Yuan's internal organs had been shattered when the ruling plume had pierced through his chest, and a large amount of his vitality had been lost. Luan Yu sneered, "If true dragons were so easy to obtain, how many true dragons would have died in the past?" Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly understood. The birth of a true dragon would cause an extremely strong heavenly phenomenon. If it were not for the protection of a super strong barrier, Every generation of true dragons would probably be devoured by people. After thinking it through, Yuan's face was filled with despair, and his expression turned ashen. Luan Yu laughed and said, "Although you've stabbed me once, I can't help but admire you for playing the fool for so long. If that's the case, you're really the smartest one among my 9 sons. If I use you to nourish myself, I'm sure the effect will be better than the other brothers." A dragon's roar resounded, and the ruling plume immediately transformed into a true dragon's body, fiercely biting down on Yuan. The sound of chewing bones came from the huge dragon's mouth, which made people's hair stand on end and shudder. After the Luan Yu ate Yuan, it turned its huge head and coldly looked back at everyone before rushing into the dragon transformation pool. At the same time, obscure dragon language came out of his mouth. Every time he chanted, a corresponding dragon talisman would appear above the chaos. Then, when his body touched the chaos, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. However, instead of the abyss, he slowly merged into it. All of a sudden, the huge dragon body seemed to be hindered and stopped. At the end, Yunxiao's eyes were red and his face was filled with cold killing intent. He was dragging his huge tail with all his might, not letting him in. Luan Yu roared and swung his dragon tail violently, leaving countless afterimages behind, but he could not send Yunxiao flying. The rest of the Heavenly Martial League members were also shocked and rushed to help. Those who were still able to fight, regardless of their strength, all attacked together. Yuri's huge dragon eyes shot out an ice-cold look, and at the same time, a trace of fear appeared. It seemed that he was unwilling to fight head-on with these people. He suddenly bent down and rushed madly through the primal chaos. Caught off guard, Yunxiao was caught by the huge tail and rushed into it. "Ah! Alliance Master!" Everyone's attacks missed in an instant, and they all looked at the chaos in shock. They saw Yunxiao still holding Luan Yu's tail and shuttling back and forth in it. "Big brother Yunxiao!" Xiao Hong forced herself up and flew over as well. She looked anxiously at the scene in the dragon transformation pool, but there was nothing she could do. Duanmu Yoyu and the rest attacked the defensive barrier with all their might, but it was no different from scratching an itch through a shoe. There was no effect. "Give up," Shen Yuanyao said in a deep voice. "This enchantment formed by heaven and earth can't be broken by human strength." Even Yuan Long was seriously injured by one shock, which shows how powerful he is. "Lord Shen Yuan, what should we do then?" Feini asked anxiously. Shen Yuanyao shook his head and sighed. "We can't do anything about it. It's up to Yunxiao now." "But Ing Luo. But how can my husband have the strength to stop Xiu now?" Feini stomped her feet in anxiety. Shen Yuanyao's face was full of bitterness as well. He shook his head and said, "It all depends on fate. At this moment we have no other choice. We can only sit and wait." Duanmu Yoyu said, "Everyone, calm down and recover your strength. After I transform into a dragon, the barrier will open, and there might be a fierce battle." "Yes," Shen Yuanyao nodded. "That's the only plan we have now." The rest of the people looked dejected. They knew that there was no other way, but they were unwilling to give up. Especially Feini and Xiao Hong, who kept staring at the chaos chicken and refused to sit down to regulate their breathing. Shen Yuanyao and the others had no choice but to try their best to recuperate. After Luan Yu brought Yunxiao into the dragon transformation pool, he felt an astonishing amount of spirit energy drilling into his body, and it was difficult for him not to absorb it. In front of him, an incomparably magnificent and huge dragon shape was slowly condensing from snowflake-shaped crystals. It was magnificent and beautiful. At a glance, it was a work of art that made one yearn for it. Even at this moment, Yunxiao could not help but be taken aback, attracted by her beauty. On the contrary, Luan Yu seemed to have seen it before and didn't care. "When the huge dragon's eye saw the dragon's shape, it flicked its tail again. This time, Yunxiao did not grab it tightly, but was knocked away. Luan Yu, on the other hand, took human form. After giving the true dragon a glance, he turned and stared coldly at Yunxiao. Yunxiao also retracted his gaze and stared at Luan Yu with an even colder look. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense that it was enough to kill Luan Yu 1,000 times. Even though Luan Yu's cultivation base was a little higher than Xianxiao's, he could not help but gasp at this moment. "It's impossible to protect this true dragon," he said coldly. "I only need to strike casually to destroy the entire consolidating process. At that time, this dragon will directly turn into a dragon crystal. It'll be a complete failure. Are you trying to save your life by saying this?" Xianxia asked coldly. "Save your life? Haha. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Luan Yu laughed out of anger. "Can't you tell who's stronger and who's weaker now? I'm just telling you, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, if I destroy this dragon vein now, it won't have the slightest possibility of forming." "As you wish," Xianxia said coldly. "Eh? What?" Luan Yu was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had heard wrongly. Xianxia was in great grief over Ning Qiue's death, so he did not care about that. He sneered and said, "Didn't you want to destroy this dragon vein? If you're not coming, then let me." He took a deep breath, and the spirit liquid rushed into his body like crazy. Could be described as a head imbuing. Then, with a grab of his right hand, purple lightning gathered in his hand and turned into a spear, which he threw down. Ah! Luan Yu was stunned, completely unable to react. Didn't the other party want to protect the dragon vein? Why was he destroying it now? Caught off guard, the purple lightning turned into a spear and stabbed into the dragon vein. The spear emitted a blinding light on the dragon's body, and countless cracks began to appear with the purple lightning at the center, spreading to the surroundings of the dragon. This Tao Wu. Not only was Luan Yu stunned, but even Feini and the others, who were not the Chaos Chicken, were also shocked and confused. Is it possible that the death of that woman just now has greatly stimulated Big Brother Yunxiao? Xiao Hong asked in a daze. That's why he's so extreme in his actions? Feini's brows were also tightly knitted, not knowing what Yunxiao was thinking. Under the shocked gazes of Luan Yu and everyone else, the vast and majestic dragon body was finally covered in cracks. With the continuous pouring of spiritual liquid, it finally exploded. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. The true dragon that failed to form was directly turned into countless dragon crystals and scattered in all directions. Luan Yu's mouth fell open, but he understood Yunxiao's thoughts in just a moment. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a circle of golden light appeared around him. Then the broken dragon crystals flew toward him. Under the cultivation technique of one chi of creation, they turned into a terrifying dragon chi and were absorbed into his body. Damn it! You want to ruin my great plan! Luan Yu roared angrily, not even bothering to kill Yunxiao. The dragon crystals and luck that filled the sky were his primary goal. He immediately transformed into a huge true dragon and began to devour the dragon crystals and spiritual chi. In the dragon transformation pool, two opposing vortexes quickly formed. Countless dragon crystals mixed in with the spiritual liquid rushed into the two vortexes. Yunxiao and Luan Yu were both fighting for this great luck. A light bulb went off in Fei Anai's head and she immediately understood. She clenched her fist nervously and said, "I understand my husband's meaning." After Luan Yu entered the dragon transformation pool, the destruction of the dragon veins had become unstoppable. After all, her husband's aura was extremely weak at the moment. Since that was the case, he might as well take the initiative and destroy the dragon vein on his own to fight for the true dragon's luck. If that's the case, we still have a chance of winning. Only then did Xiao Hong come to a realization and said in a daze, "The dragon vein is broken, but why hasn't the seal on the Chaos Chicken been broken? If we can break this restriction, we'll go down and cause trouble. Even if we can't kill Luan Yu, we'll at least give him more trouble so that he can't compete with Big Brother Yunxiao for the luck." Feini was also puzzled. The two of them attacked again. Several attacks landed on the Chaos Chicken, but they were all blocked by a ball of light. Instead, they were shot back and were almost injured by themselves. Fei Anai shook her head. It might take some time for it to disappear. Let's recover some energy first. It'll be easier to kill Luan Yu later. Xiao Hong nodded. The two of them sat cross-legged outside the Chaos Chicken and observed the situation inside while they tried their best to recuperate. Xianxia and the others also saw the scene in the dragon transformation pool and heard the conversation between Feini and Xiaohong. They thought about it and closed their eyes, completely immersed in their recovery. In the dragon transformation pool, the two vortexes were locked in a stalemate, and all the resources inside were being snatched by the two of them. Yunxiao's exhausted physical strength was filled up in an instant, and the dragon chi mixed with the spirit liquid washed his body and meridians. This feeling of being forcefully injected by a vast power was something he had only experienced in the Buddha corridor of the demon world when he was fighting with Mo Linyu. However, the difference was that he had taken the initiative to snatch the power of the Outworld Darkstone. Now, even if you stood still, the powerful and magnificent power would pour into your body automatically. Yunxiao's body soon turned golden, and it seemed to have expanded a lot. Because his physical state was lower than his cultivation, the first thing he felt was that his physical body couldn't bear it anymore. It was almost torn apart by the huge dragon breath. However, after the feeling of expansion continued for a while, he began to get used to it. He felt that his body was continuously becoming tougher under the cleansing. Yunxiao did not feel much when he felt his physical body breaking through to the Dharmakaya realm. Instead, his heart felt even heavier. Spirit chi and dragon breath filled the surroundings, but Yunxiao could still clearly sense that Luanyu's strength was improving rapidly. After all, this was the dragon transformation pool, and he was once a true dragon. His ability to absorb dragon crystals was stronger than anyone else's. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he could not care less. After his physical body was completely transformed into a Dharmakaya, he was ready to break through to the realm of Regional King. Time was the only thing that mattered now. In this battle for fate, whoever could reach the Regional King realm first would win. Time slowly passed. All of a sudden, Yunxiao's heart trembled as he sensed a huge force slowly condensing in front of him. Luanyu's body began to undergo significant changes. The dragon scales on his body actually began to fade away, and new skin and scales appeared. During the process, a strong sense of oppression spread out of the vortex, making Yunxiao feel extremely uncomfortable. Even Feini and the others who were outside the Chaos Chicken noticed the change in the Yuri. They also understood that this was a sign of him breaking through to the World Monarch realm and regaining his true dragon form. Are we going to lose? Yunxiao's heart grew anxious. With Luanyu's current speed, once he broke through to the realm of Regional King, he would definitely make the first move. At that time, no one here would be his match. The true dragon was the leader of all living beings, and it was difficult to find a match for him in the same realm. Even the sinkhole was no match for him in the World King realm. In a hurry, Yunxiao began to gather his strength and try to break through to the realm of World King. The power he had absorbed from the Outworld Dark Stone in the demonic realm had made him far stronger than ordinary demon venerables. Now that he had absorbed the power of the true dragon, at least half of the vast dragon's might had been absorbed by him. Although there was a slim chance of him breaking through to the realm of Regional King, it was not a joke. Luanyu seemed to have sensed something as well. Her dragon eyes widened as she stared at Yunxiao, and the corners of her mouth curved into a mocking smile as she said with a cold smile, "Haha, it's really stupid to try to break through to the Realm King. Even if you have accumulated enough, it's impossible for you to reach the realm of World King in such a short time. Otherwise, there would be so many World Kings in this world." Xianxia had stopped at half-step World King realm because he had failed to break through to World King realm. Looking at Yunxiao's current state, he could not help but shake his head with a worried look. This lord has returned to the earth, and the time to rule over all things has come again. The changes on Luanyu's body quickly stopped, and an astonishing dragon roar pierced through the void. Dragon Fist. Infinite light. Yunxiao's face flickered as he suddenly saw a bright light in front of his eyes. The qi and blood in his body trembled violently, and all the strength he had used to break through the barrier suddenly dissipated under the might. Has the mayfly finally failed? Yunxiao felt bitter in his heart. With that power gone, it was impossible for him to break through to the Realm King realm in a short time. The dragon fist that was flying toward him was unprecedentedly powerful. Its aura alone was enough to make his Dharmakaya body feel uncomfortable. Knowing that he could not avoid the punch, Xiao put his hands together and threw out a punch as well. Boom, boom, boom. As the two fists met, a terrifying power surged out, and the surrounding dragon crystals that had not been absorbed were all turned into dust. Xiao was hit by a strong impact. He grunted and retreated, one of his arms completely numb. The current Luanyu was undoubtedly the most powerful existence he had ever faced. Although the sinkhole was strong, its illusionary techniques were even more terrifying. Back then, Yuan had just stepped into the holy demon realm and her realm was unstable. She wasn't even as skilled as Luanyu in controlling her cultivation and dragon body. My husband! Feini was even more anxious. She and Xiao Hong attacked the Chaos Chicken's barrier with all their might, but they were still unable to find any flaws. Luanyu threw out a punch and instantly felt refreshed. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha! I've finally returned to the World King realm. The heavens do not let down the determined. After so many years of hard work and hiding guts, I've finally received a result. He was so excited that tears came out of his eyes. As long as you're willing to work hard, nothing is impossible in this world. Don't forget your original heart. Only then can you succeed. Xiao. He. When everyone heard this chicken soup, they felt nauseated, as if they had been poisoned. Looking at Xiao's pale face, Luanyu was in an unusually happy mood. Ha ha ha, the heavenly Tao has chosen me in the end. What heavenly martial union master, what divine realm tablet master. In the end, they were just obstacles set up to let me return to my peak. If I kill you today, all the unhappiness I felt before will be worth it. Xiao was also confused. Looking at Luanyu's approaching figure, he felt a little dazed. Is this really the choice of the heavenly Tao? Then what's the point of everything I've done before? There's no point in struggling. Die! Luanyu's figure flickered, and he appeared next to Xiao as if he had teleported. Then suddenly threw a punch at him. The entire primal chaos chicken dimension trembled under the might of that punch and was on the verge of collapse. Fate has never been decided by people. So what if it's the choice of the heavenly Tao? You can't replace my choice. Xiao roared, and his eyes turned red. The past flashed before his eyes one after another. The faces of his old friends who had fallen over the years seemed to be looking at him. Your own choice? Hee, now that things have come to this, you can only comfort yourself in this way. Do you think you can die without regrets by lying to yourself? Luanyu laughed coldly. That dragon fist was like a sun, illuminating the surrounding space with unusual brightness. Xiao's figure also turned transparent under the light, making him look unreal. Boom! The dragon fist suddenly exploded, and under the impact of the blast, all the spirit liquid boiled, and Xiao was immediately sent flying thousands of feet away. Haha, this is really satisfying. Die! Luanyu laughed wildly and rushed forward, not giving Xiao any chance. He transformed into a half-demon and swept his dragon tail at Xiao. Are you satisfied? Then enjoy it. Although Xiao's arms were numb from the shock, he had already come back to his senses. In an instant, whoever mastered the float appeared in his hand and he slashed at the dragon tail. Luanyu suddenly felt an inexplicable chill and hurriedly retracted her tail. She said in horror, "What kind of sword is this? The sword that will kill you." When Xiao's sword missed its target, he teleported to Luanyu's side and hacked down. Luanyu's expression changed greatly. The might of the sword actually gave him a sense of danger. He immediately summoned the true dragon's sword in his hands and blocked in front of him. Bang! As the three swords clashed, a terrifying golden light burst forth. The two true dragon swords actually let out a shrill sound under the suppression of the master of floating. The dragon scales on Luanyu's body also produced clanging sounds. Under the suppression of the thousands of sword chi, dragon light was constantly being emitted. TSK, World King Realm? However, it's nothing. Xiao grinned hideously as he thrust the sword in his hand down. Bang! Luanyu actually couldn't withstand the sword power and was directly sent flying several hundred zhang away. Only then did his true dragon body stabilize, his face filled with shock. "Even if I'm still in the creation realm," Xianxia said coldly, "I can still kill you." The so-called heavenly Tao's choice was originally a one-sided fantasy. Now that you've done it, it's time to return to the cold reality. Luanyu's face was filled with horror as his eyes fell on the sword in Xianxia's hand. Strange sword runes and runes swirled and flickered on it, and he could not tell the origin of the sword with his eyesight. Xianxia regained his composure, but he was not at ease. Although he had failed to break through to the realm of regional king, his cultivation had improved a lot. It was only then that he realized that he could form a sword shape at will. Although each attack consumed a lot of physical energy, he could at least compete with Luanyu. What made him slightly relieved was that the dragon chi and spirit liquid here were frighteningly strong, and they were also very beneficial for him to replenish his energy. "Humph, do you think you can defy the heavens just because you got a sword from somewhere? I'm afraid that each attack will consume half of your spiritual energy. How many attacks can you execute with this sword?" Luanyu laughed coldly. Although he could not tell the origin of the sword, he could tell that it would not be easy for Xianxia to use it. "Do you care how many times I can use it? Take care of yourself first." As soon as Xianxia's sword momentum rose, a sword realm immediately emerged around him, which became unusually sharp and bright. Luanyu's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "You don't know your place. I will send you to the west within 3 moves." By his estimation, Xianxia could only use the power of a world king 3 times at most. In addition, she had just resisted one of his attacks, which meant that she could only use it 2 more times at most. That was why she had boasted about 3 moves. A brand new dragon realm appeared beside him. It did not expand much, only 100 feet in size. Then, he formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Dragon sigil seal. Law is 1. Die!" A huge dragon rune condensed in front of him, and all the dragon breath was poured into it. The rune contained extremely strong rule power, which constantly destroyed the surrounding space. Boom! Xianxia took the initiative to attack. With one sword strike, he almost split the entire dragonized pool and ruthlessly struck the dragon talisman seal. An extremely powerful light instantly exploded, shooting up into the sky. The sound of the vibration continued for a long time. Everyone except the Chaos Chicken seemed to have their vision taken away and could not see what was happening inside. Fanny and the rest were so nervous that their palms were covered in cold sweat. Luanyu and Xianxia both had unsightly looks on their faces as they suffered the impact and shock of the aftermath at the same time. The dragon scales on Luanyu's body all became bright, displaying his defense to the extreme. As for Xianxia, a layer of illusory light appeared on his surface, but it could not withstand the power. He was struck by a sharp pain in his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The body of a true dragon was the most powerful physical body in the world. "Haha, I was right. You'll die within 3 moves. Take my second move." After the Luanyu's attack, his confidence increased. His right hand suddenly grabbed, and a large dragon light instantly lit up. The light formed by the dragon's breath was like the sun and the moon, circling around his fist. For 1,000,000 years, he had always been beaten into hiding, enduring hardships to taste courage, and finally had today's glory. After 1,000,000 years, he had returned to his peak state and boundless power. This time, it was as if he had returned to the past and reincarnated into the true dragon that ruled the world and made all living beings submit to him. Dragon Fist Infinite Light. The punch shattered the heavens and earth. The entire dragon transformation pool condensed into a vortex, madly rushing towards the fist, breaking through layers of obstacles, and suddenly rumbling over. Xianxia's face flickered. He grabbed the floating sword with both hands and placed it upside down in front of him as he shouted, "Sword World!" With a clang, the 36 northern heaven cold star swords on his body sensed it and broke out of his body one after another. They formed a barrier around him and resonated with the floating master. The huge sword lights connected with each other in the surroundings and resonated with each other. Boom! The fist force of the dragon fist suddenly struck over and directly shook into the sword world. The 36 northern heavens cold star swords were instantly shattered and turned into dust. In the end, the powerful dragon force still struck the master bauble, causing the entire sword to buzz and tremble. Xianxia felt half of his body go numb, and finally, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The infinite light of the dragon fist poured into his body crazily, tearing his avatar apart and breaking his meridians. After being sent flying thousands of feet away, Xianxia coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in a row, and he could barely stand. The dragon light was still wreaking havoc in his body, constantly tearing his flesh and shaking it out. Master Floating, who was holding it tightly in his hands, let out a buzzing sound, as if it was extremely agitated. "Ha ha! It's just as I expected." Luanyu sneered, the expression on her face completely relaxed, as if she was exceptionally pleased. The more he fought, the more he felt like he was at the peak of his life. "There's one more move, and that's to send you to the west. You're only the sorrow of this era. No matter how much you force it, you can't resist the heavenly Tao's choice." Luanyu raised her hand and formed a seal in front of her. Her 10 fingers crossed to form the shape of a dragon's head. Xiao's pupils constricted. He had seen this move more than once, but it was the first time it was used by a true dragon. The sigh of the true dragon? Xiao raised his head, his face expressionless. Because at this moment, there was nothing to fantasize about. The only thing he could do was to stand up and fight. "Oh? It seems like you've experienced it many times." Luanyu laughed and said, "It's no wonder. The descendants of dragons are mixed with good and bad. They gave birth to countless species. It was inevitable that some descendants with bloodline spiritual light would be able to comprehend 1/10,000th of this move. However, no matter what, it was just a counterfeit. Even the one in the eternal world was only an incomplete version. Only when a true dragon in the realm of regional king used it would it be a true divine power. If you can die under this move, you won't have lived in vain." Xiao's eyes were cold. He raised the sword with his right hand and grabbed the thunder with his left hand. Not saying a word, the surrounding spiritual liquid turned into vortexes. Not only did they flow into his body, but they also rapidly repaired his damaged body and gathered in his left and right hands. Originally, he wanted to retort, but the reality in front of him was that he really might die from this move of Luanyu. The words were about to come out of his mouth, but he swallowed them down. He only silently used his moves and tried his best to resist the huge wheel of fate. His left hand formed an incantation gesture, and thousands of lightning bolts flashed out, turning into terrifying balls of lightning that circled around him. He pointed the sword in his right hand to the sky, and thousands of sword wills spread out, as dazzling as the daytime. Under Xiao's brewing, the two forces kept rising and soon formed 2 vortexes, each of which formed a world. Luanyu's expression changed slightly. "Puny ant," he said in a cold voice, "you're just a tragedy of being crushed by the wheel of the heavenly Tao. I'll send you to the west now." As soon as the dragon seal appeared, the true dragon's body appeared behind him. Its eyes opened wide and looked down from the void. The dragon form and Luanyu's hand seals almost became one. A terrifying power formed a green vortex in his hands, causing the entire dragon transformation pool to spin. "Die!" The sigh of the true dragon. A terrifying dragon's breath burst out with a loud bang, as if the world had exploded. The dragon transformation pool fell into chaos. Xiao raised his hand and faced the power that was as strong as a landslide with indifference. Thousand lightning tribulation. Sword shatters demons. The two forces exploded. One was a sea of lightning, and the other was a sword prison. They instantly collided with the sigh of the true dragon. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud boom, heaven and earth fell into chaos. A terrifying force exploded and shattered the enchantment of the dragon transformation pool. Faney and the others who were watching the battle from the outside could not dodge in time and were also hit by the aftershock. They were sent flying. Xiao and Luanyu were caught in the center of the terrifying power, and both of them looked horrified. The scales on Luanyu's body were torn apart by the vortex, and large amounts of dragon blood spurted out. His entire body was badly damaged. The sword chi and the power of lightning rushed into his body and tore his body apart. His internal organs were all ruptured, and he spat out a large amount of blood. But Xianxia was in an even worse state. The sigh of the true dragon pierced through his 2 attacks and smashed into his body, shattering the illusionary light in an instant. Although the Divine Realm tablet was activated to protect his body in a hurry and blocked the attack for him, all his bones were still broken. Blood gushed out of his body and he flew backward. In a daze, he only felt his consciousness getting weaker and weaker, as if he was slowly walking towards death. In the end, it's still difficult to go against the will of the heavens. Could it be that these 2 lives had come so far just to help Xiu? Perhaps he's the real king of the realm, the main character of this era. All kinds of consciousnesses emerged in Yunxiao's mind. At that moment, he did not feel pain or sadness, but a little relaxed. It was as if everything that happened in the future had nothing to do with him. He laughed at himself. The heavenly Tao is really unpredictable. Everything is like an ant. No matter how strong you are, what's the use? He slowly closed his eyes, as if he had let go of all his worries, and was willing to wait for death. In both his lives, he had never felt such despair. However, at this moment, his heart was calm and he didn't have any thoughts. Suddenly, a golden light appeared beside him. It was Xiao Hong, who was driving the battlefield of the ancient gods through the aftershock and saved Yunxiao on the warship. Big brother Yunxiao, pull yourself together. At this moment, the enchantment barrier of the dragon transformation pool had been broken, and the shockwaves from the attack had gradually weakened after a while. However, it was still not something that the heavily injured Xiao Hong could easily withstand. Xiao Hong grabbed Yunxiao and flew back tens of thousands of feet before leaving the core area of the tremor. Run! Xianxia suddenly shouted. Take the Alliance Master and leave. He had just stabilized his injuries, but he could not care less. At this moment, the most important thing in his eyes was to save Yunxiao's life. So he made a decision in an instant. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he had to save Yunxiao. My lord, I'll go with you, the Misty Rock Master said in a deep voice. Then, she stood beside Xianxia and decided to sacrifice herself. Xianxia seemed to want to object, but the aura of the ruling plume was quickly transmitted from the front, making him feel a little troubled. He could only nod and say, Good, you stay behind. The rest of you leave quickly. Leave? You're too naive. Luan Yu's wild laughter rang out. Following that, a dragon domain opened up, suppressing the entire heaven and earth in all directions. Everyone felt a huge pressure and felt their chests tighten as their blood and chi surged. Under this pressure, everyone's expression became unusually ugly. Fanny suddenly laughed. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just death. It's nothing. Even if we can't kill him, we can at least give him a hard time. It's better than waiting to be captured and dying a useless death. The rest of the people nodded one after another, their eyes coldly staring ahead, as if they were planning to fight to the death. Humph. Self-destruction. The ignorant are fearless. After the chaotic surge in front of him dissipated, Yuri's body was gradually revealed. His entire body was soaked in blood, and a large number of dragon scales had fallen off. Even a horn on his forehead was missing. Could be seen that he had not had an easy time with the attack just now. Now that he had once again used the dragon realm to trap everyone, he felt a little weak. He coughed a few times and dragon blood spurted out. Fanny sneered. As expected, this fellow is also heavily injured. If we rush over together, we'll most likely be able to blow him up. You still want to move under my dragon realm? Luan Yu laughed as he raised his hand. He spread his 5 fingers, and everyone seemed to be stuck to the space they were in. Their entire bodies were suppressed by an extremely strong force, and they were actually unable to move. This time, everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't even have a way to self-destruct. Ha! Ha ha ha! That's really painful. Luan Yu laughed wildly and looked at the crowd with a ferocious expression. Finally, his eyes fell on Yunxiao as he sneered. Heavenly Martial Alliance's Alliance Master. Haven't you always been very powerful? Aren't you very awesome? Get up and fight me. Yunxiao was supported by Xiao Hong weakly. He heaved a long sigh and did not even want to speak. After a while, he said tiredly, "The winner is king and the loser is vilified. You've won. You're the one chosen by the heavenly Tao. I'm convinced of my loss. Is that enough? It's so boring." He was about to die, so he didn't have the mood to make sarcastic remarks. He just felt a burst of frustration and helplessness. He waved his hand and said, "If you want to kill, then kill. Why are you so long-winded? Do I have to scold you a few times before you'll be happy? Then I'll fulfill your wish, you stupid bird." "You coward!" Luan Yu's face turned green with anger as he said angrily, "You're indeed a bitch with a cheap mouth. You deserve to die." He raised his foot and walked toward Yunxiao step by step. Everyone's faces were pale as they looked at Luan Yu in a daze, but there was nothing they could do. Feini and Xiao Hong struggled with all their might, trying to break free from the restraints of the dragon realm, but to no avail. Yunxiao, who had been in an extremely low mood, suddenly raised his head and looked at the spirit liquid rolling down from the ancient shine of smoke and cloud in front of him. Didn't the true dragon transformation already fail? Why was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth still gathering here? Is it inertia? The crowd was taken aback. They did not have the mood to care about this matter. At this moment, hearing Yunxiao's words, they could not help but look over. The pillar of spiritual liquid was continuously poured into the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, the dragon transformation pool had been destroyed, and the barrier protecting the embryonic true dragon had also been broken. However, the thick spirit liquid pillar continued to pour in. Below this space, where the chaos chicken was previously, was now pitch black after suffering from the destructive damage. It was as if it had swallowed all the spiritual liquid and fallen into the endless void. Luan Yu's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the void below and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Soon after, his gaze turned to the spirit liquid pillar, and his expression became more and more unsightly. Yunxiao immediately noticed the change in his expression. He suddenly laughed and said, Why has Lord True Dragon's face turned black? Is it because of the light? Shut up." Luan Yu was flustered and roared in anger. He took a few steps to the spiritual liquid and looked down, his eyes filled with gloom. Logically speaking, regardless of whether the true dragon successfully transformed or failed, the gathering of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth would immediately end. Now, even the dragonized pool had been destroyed, but the spiritual energy essence was still being continuously transferred over. It was beyond his understanding. Yunxiao had only said it casually, but when he saw Luan Yu's serious look, he could not help but be taken aback and began to ponder. His eyes turned golden as he looked down. However, he was completely exhausted. If Xiao Hong and Fei and I hadn't been using their spiritual energy to suppress his injuries, he would have died on the spot. Thus, the range of vision was extremely limited, and he could not see clearly. Suddenly, Luan Yu let out a loud roar, shaking the entire dragon field. "Who is it? Who's down there? Come out!" The Heavenly Martial League members were all shocked and looked over in disbelief. Could it be that there was someone hiding under the dragon transformation pool? At this moment, the spiritual liquid column finally became thinner, from the thickness of an arm to the size of a basin, then to the thickness of a bowl, and finally became intermittent like a bead curtain, and finally slowly dried up. A shocking power gradually emerged from below and was constantly being emitted. At this time, everyone's heart trembled. Even a fool would know that there was really someone down there. Luan Yu's expression changed drastically. His eyes filled with panic. He gritted his teeth and said, "The damned heavenly Tao. It's actually the double dragon's den of the upper and lower levels." Double Dragon's Cave? Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't quite understand, they could more or less guess from the name. A true dragon? Yunxiao was overjoyed. Is there a true dragon down there? He immediately thought of this possibility and suddenly shouted, "Lord True Dragon, come out and kill! Kill that scum Luan Yu and save us!" He had been completely desperate before, so he was also disheartened. Now that they saw the hope of survival again, they were immediately filled with passion and shouted desperately. "You're so annoying. What are you shouting for?" An extremely impatient voice came from below and scolded. "I was almost discovered before I could finish my work. Fuck, you're really my nemesis. Fortunately, I rushed over at the last moment, or I would have been killed by you." An extremely familiar voice came from below. Then, everyone's vision blurred, and they seemed to see a figure flashing in the air. Luan Yu's face flickered as he thrust a palm at Xianxia, sending an extremely sharp true dragon sword flying at him. Now that there was such a sudden change, it was hard for him to predict how things would develop. At this moment, the most important thing was to kill Xianxia, in case any accidents happened. It would be a real disaster if Xianxia got away this time. The true dragon sword. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Xianxia, stretched out his hand, and took the sword down. Holding it in his hand with joy, he laughed and said, "Haha, I just came out of seclusion and I've already encountered such a good thing. Is my luck turning?" The one who grabbed the true dragon sword was Yu, who had disappeared for a long time. At this moment, the aura around his body was completely different, not the slightest bit inferior to that of the ruling plume. Moreover, he was playing with the formless truth in his hand, looking as if he couldn't bear to let go. Sheiju, Sheiju. Xianxia was dumbfounded. "You are the old dragon." Yu glanced at him and said coldly, "You called me Lord True Dragon before, and now you're calling me Old Dragon. Do you want to die?" Xianxia seemed to not hear him. He wiped his tears and said, "It's you, Old Dragon. I thought you were dead. Sob. I was happy for nothing for a few years." Yu, hehe. Yu exhaled. "Tsk. Forget it, I won't argue with you. You're always like this. You were beaten to shit by Luan Yu just now. Why didn't I see you being so lively?" Xianxia pounced on him. "I knew you would come out at the critical moment." "I love you," he said. "Get lost." Yu cursed. With just one word, Xianxia was sent flying back. He then turned around and coldly stared at Luan Yu. He sneered, "The other sword is also in your hands, right? Since you're already an outdated true dragon, there's no point in keeping the sword, so just give it to me." Luan Yu's face became incomparably malevolent. Never in his dreams would he have thought that this place would actually be a double dragon's den. In the countless years of history in the realm of heavenly martial arts, this phenomenon had only happened once. In the face of the same catastrophe, in order to protect themselves, the realm of heavenly martial arts gave birth to two true dragons at once, which was the only time ever. No one expected it to reappear today. Luan Yu sensed that Yu's aura was no weaker than his own, and he was injured after exchanging a few blows with Xianxia just now. It would be extremely difficult for him to kill the other party. After thinking it through, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you and I are both chosen by the heavens, the true dragons who uphold justice and protect the realm of heavenly martial arts in this era, we should be each other's angels. We should not kill each other. This is not what the heavenly Tao wants to see. Fuck off. Who wants to be your angel? Get lost." "How disgusting." Yu directly cursed. "I'm the one chosen by the heavens, not you. One must know one's own limits. You're an idiot. Quickly hand over your last true dragon sword, then kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll think about how to deal with you. You're going too far." Luan Yu was so angry that his teeth itched, and his entire body trembled. With a loud roar, he rushed over. A cold light flashed in his hand. It was the last true dragon's sword boundless calamity. 1,000 peaks. The violent sword essence pressed down on Yu. At the same time, the surrounding dragon domain shrunk and surged towards Yu like a tsunami. Good. Yu's pupils shrunk. He raised his fist and punched out. Vajra punch. A true dragon of heaven and earth was born from the condensation of endless rules, and its comprehension of power, speed, defense, and attack were all at the supreme level. The Vajra fist was the beginning of all fists, containing infinite fist intent. Yu's attack landed on boundless calamity and boundless fist intent spread out. using a fist-intent world to shatter the dragon realm. Luanyu only felt his right arm go numb and was instantly grabbed by Cheiyu. The boundless calamity sword was snatched away, following which, Cheiyu's fist intent shook once more, pushing the ruler's feathers away and forcing him to retreat a few thousand feet. Luanyu's face immediately turned extremely unsightly. If he was at his peak just now, he would still have the strength to fight Cheiyu, but now that he was injured by Yunxiao's sword Qi and Thunderbolt, his strength had been reduced by 70 to 80%, and he was far from being a match for Cheiyu. After Cheiyu obtained boundless tribulation, he was overjoyed. His hands formed a seal and 4 swords appeared in front of him, forming a row. The 4 swords seemed to respond to each other, letting out friendly sounds, and the frequency gradually fused together. Close! Cheiyu was overjoyed. He formed a hand seal and sent it into the 4 swords. Endless sword will surged in the surroundings and slowly merged together. Luanyu was even more dumbfounded. Even he had never known of this method of fusing 4 swords. What kind of will did you inherit? He can actually refine the world, sort of the first-generation true dragon. Cheiyu ignored him. His attention was on the fusion of the 4 swords. As his hand seals changed, dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed from the 4 swords, instantly enveloping them. Swish! When the sword light disappeared in a flash, a long sword could be seen shining like a flowing light. A vast sword essence surged out, and a clear sword sound rushed into the sky. Yunxiao's face changed as well. In his surprise and joy, he could clearly feel the master floating in his body issuing a sword sound, as if it was extremely unconvinced. Luanyu's heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. He knew that there was no way to reverse the situation. He immediately transformed into a true dragon and broke through this world, escaping into the misty cloud ancient shine. Cheiyu's expression changed. He sneered, "You still want to escape now? Is that even possible?" His figure moved and he chased after her. The world sword followed closely behind and stuck to his feet. Cheiyu was almost riding on the sword and disappeared in a flash. Yunxiao suddenly thought of something and cried out, "Spare his life! I'm going to extract the dragon's soul." His voice reverberated in the sky. Who knows if Cheiyu heard it. As soon as the 2 true dragons left, the space became quiet and quiet. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had just survived a disaster. After Cheiyu's appearance, the dragon transformation pool was truly destroyed. It turned pitch black, and although the spiritual energy was abundant, it was extremely chaotic. The only ones who were in a slightly better state were Duanmu Youyu, Meng Wu, and Meng Bai. The 3 of them helped to heal everyone. Yifan had already fainted. Duanmu Youyu released a battleship and took everyone in. The battleship immediately rushed out of the space and entered the misty cloud ancient shine. Cheiyu and Luanyu had already started to fight in the distance. The battle was earth-shaking. The terrifying chi waves spread out layer by layer. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, they could still feel it. "Are you leaving or staying?" Duanmu Youyu asked. "Stay here," Yunxiao said. "We'll wait for the result of their battle." Right now, Luanyu was already at the end of his road. However, he had already broken through to the World King realm. If he was allowed to escape, there would be endless hidden dangers in the future. "I can only be at ease after I see him die with my own eyes." Shenyuan Yao's expression also changed slightly. When he thought about his battle with Zhiyu and how terrifying his opponent was, he couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he nodded and said, "That's right. Let's quickly recover our strength. Even though Lord Cheiyu has the upper hand, if Yuri tries to escape, it will be extremely troublesome." Everyone agreed and began to sit on the starship, desperately adjusting their breathing. With the help of Xiao Hong and Feini, Yunxiao's injuries had gradually stabilized. Although he did not obtain the true dragon's fate in the dragon transformation pool this time, he had obtained great benefits. His physical cultivation had entered the Dharmakaya realm, and he had also touched the barrier of the World King realm. The possibility of breaking through to the World King realm within 5 years was extremely high. But at the same time, the death of Poseidon and Ning Qiue worried him. He felt extremely sad, and he didn't know how to tell the water fairy about this bad news. Xiao sighed inwardly as he got rid of all distracting thoughts and began to meditate on his cultivation. If he wanted to recover from this injury, it would take him 1.5 years unless he had another opportunity in the Dragon Transformation Pool or the Buddha Corridor. In the distance, the two true dragons were fighting with all their might. They had completely different feelings. Although they were all attacking with all their might, Luanyu's expression became uglier and uglier. The injuries on his body were constantly being torn apart under the intense battle. On the other hand, Yu became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He even used the ruler's feather as a target and continued to comprehend all sorts of rules and sacred arts, deepening his understanding of the battle between world kings. Luanyu fought as she fled, but the other party was biting her, as if she wouldn't stop until she died. Time slowly passed, and within the misty cloud ancient light, there seemed to be no day or night, only endless clouds, beautiful and magnificent. The two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Luanyu was almost at the end of his rope. Finally, he was beaten until he lost his temper. He said resentfully, "Since heaven and earth have created the two dragons' caves, they hope that we can join forces to deal with the devil world, not to let us kill each other. What you are doing is against heaven's law. If you don't stop in time, you will suffer the wrath of heaven." Yu laughed. "What does it have to do with you if I'm not punished by the heavens?" Luanyu said, "I'm just giving you a kind reminder on the account that we're of the same race. Don't think that I'm really afraid of you." In just a few sentences, he was clearly at a disadvantage, and Yu seemed to have specially picked the time when he was speaking to hit him ruthlessly, causing him to be filled with anger and resentment. "It's good that you're not afraid. Stop talking nonsense and continue fighting." Yu laughed sinisterly as he became more and more skilled with the world sword. Before this, Luanyu still dared to use his fist to block the sword, but now he was filled with fear. To his shock, he discovered that the power of the sword in Yu's hands far exceeded his own. Even if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for the realm of heavenly martial arts at all? You won't be able to resist the demon army on your own. We'll have to work together. Luanyu's head was filled with cold sweat, which mixed with the fresh blood. His entire body was covered in blood as he spoke anxiously. He had clearly given in. However, Yu was not a kind person. He could not help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm an idiot like little Li? What does the life and death of the realm of heavenly martial arts have to do with me? If I'm finished, then I'm finished. I'll still live my life in a carefree manner." Luanyu was instantly speechless. Only now did he discover that the wicked would be dealt with by the wicked. All the righteousness that he could use before was completely useless in front of Yu. Bang! Bang! Under Yu's forceful attacks, after resisting several times, Yuri's aura started to fall. His face was pale, as if he had sensed that something was wrong. In the smoke cloud ancient shine, the sky was filled with colorful clouds, like the sunset at dusk. Although it was beautiful, there was not much time left. At this moment, he seemed to be in a daze, and his mind was wandering when he fought. Scenes of the past flashed through his mind. All sorts of things that had happened in the past 1,000,000 years and the countless people he had killed all began to appear at this moment. Am I really going to die here? Perhaps it was because of the touching scene and deep feelings. Yuri was in a daze. He wasn't paying attention, and the sword of the world pierced his chest. The two of them instantly stopped as they stared at the sword. However, Yu's gaze was ice-cold, while Luanyu's expression was one of shock and disbelief. The blood flowed slowly along the world sword. Looking at it, it was as if he was looking at someone else's blood, without any emotion. Yu looked at him and suddenly said, "Are you unwilling?" Luanyu nodded in a daze and said bitterly, "Of course not. I thought I had one. Who would have thought that it would be such a result? I don't want to say that evil can't prevail over good, nor do I want to say that you've committed a sin that can't even be forgiven," said Yu indifferently. "But I'll return the words you said to Xiao before. In the end, the heavenly Tao's choice is not up to man." Luanyu's eyes dimmed and her expression became extremely dull. It was as if she had finally given up and her body drooped down powerlessly. In fact, after several days of fighting, both of them were almost out of energy, but Luan Yu was one step ahead of them and should have died long ago. It was just that his ruthlessness and unwillingness had forced him to hold on until now. Che Yu's words completely shattered his determination. He returned to reality. He had no choice but to submit to fate. Has it ended? The Heavenly Martial League spectators, who had been watching from a distance, stopped 100 miles away. When they felt the tremors stop, they all raised their eyes to look. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the entire ancient Zhao of smoke and clouds was in ruins, and the immortal land was completely destroyed. All that was left was a red cloud in the sky, like the end of the world at dusk, reflecting the fate of Luan Yu. Shen Yuanyao's face was filled with shock. Such a terrifying battle. Fortunately, it's in the celestial realm. Otherwise, the entire western region would have been destroyed. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, "Let's go back. It's finally over." This result was much better than we had expected. But it's very sad that Sir Poron and Kiyue died in this battle. Ro Wei had also woken up earlier. After crying painfully for a few days, she looked extremely old. Her face was haggard and covered in tears. Yun Xiao did not know what to say, so he asked Mengwu to take care of him carefully. A green light flickered in the sky above the battleship and fell straight down. It turned into Che Yu's figure with a smug smile on his face. "Greetings, Lord True Dragon." Shen Yuanyao and the others were all moved, and they hurriedly stood up to welcome him. After all, the new generation of True Dragon experts should be fully respected by them, whether it was in terms of identity or strength. Holding the dead Luan Yu in his hand, Che Yu threw it in front of Yun Xiao and snorted coldly, "You want the dragon soul? Luan Yu is, after all, a true dragon of his generation. Don't go too far and let him die with dignity." Yun Xiao frowned as he reached out to feel Luan Yu's body. Only when he found that his soul power was still there did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then sealed the body with a secret technique and threw it into the Divine Realm tablet. "You're the one who killed him, so it's up to you whether he died with dignity." "What does it have to do with me?" Che Yu rolled his eyes at him, snorting coldly. "You're such a dark and vile person. You only know how to do some dirty things like extracting people's souls." When he thought of how he had been a sword soul for so many years, he could not help but feel angry. His face flickered with a cold look as he stared at Yun Xiao, as if he was thinking about how to get revenge. Yun Xiao sensed his thoughts, and his heart trembled as he said in a hurry, "This immortal land is about to collapse. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back first." With a flash of light, the battleship turned into a shooting star and shuttled through the smoke cloud ancient shine. Not long after, the entire secret realm completely collapsed and fell into darkness. It returned to the chaos of the universe and no longer existed. With the collapse of the secret realm, a large number of Western region martial artists who were fighting outside the secret realm or waiting to take advantage of it were sucked in by the power of the collapse, and most of them died. Several hours later, the warship finally returned to Yanwu. The birth of the true dragon, the fall of the ruling feather, the death of several peak experts who survived the true spirit era, and the sacrifice of Poron and Ning Kiyue, and so on, instantly spread throughout Yanwu. It was Yun Xiao who had told Water Fairy about Pelong's sacrifice, and the latter fainted after crying a few times. The sea god Bo Mu was also filled with sorrow, but he was much calmer. After all, life and death were predestined, and they were already very used to it. As for Ning Kiyue's death, Yun Xiao went to the Red Moon City in person. In the smoke cloud ancient shine, he had sealed the body in ice and returned it to Ning Kewei and Ning Kiyun. Ning Kewei looked at his beloved daughter in grief. His old hand touched the ice seal. Although Ning Kiyue's face was covered in blood, she looked very peaceful and calm. She even smiled. It was a kind of calmness that showed that she had been freed. Ning Kiyun sobbed. This is the ending she chose. From now on, Kiyue is finally free. I'm free. Yun Xiao felt a pang of sadness in his heart, as if he was being cut by a knife. Kowtowing on gold and weaving clothes while falling into the devil. The clouds and water flow, the waves of the sky rise. Sweep away an army of thousands and guide them like a river. Empty embrace of the world, a song of the ages. An ancient song, a song of death and sorrow. A few days later, the entire realm of heavenly martial arts calmed down from the shock of the birth of the true dragon and began to prepare for war. It was only a few months later that Xianxia's injuries were fully healed, and he began to refine the dragon soul. A bit of pale yellow soul light was extracted from Yuri's corpse and fused into the master bauble. The violent sword aura was like a wild beast that had smelled blood. It let out an excited sword hum and trembled in the air. It even began to actively absorb the soul power. The ruling feathers were generated by rules, and after death, their will would return to heaven and earth, leaving only the purest soul energy in the dragon's body. This saved Xianxia a lot of effort. He had thought that there would be resistance from the ruling plume's remaining will, but he did not expect it to be so smooth. After Master, who had used up all the dragon souls in the corpse, his sword glowed with a strange yellow light like a beast that had drunk enough blood. The gentle soul power and the murderous aura perfectly balanced each other and gradually calmed down. Yu had been quietly watching the entire process. When it was over, he raised his hand and a sword chi shot out. With a wang sound, the body of the Luan Yu was chopped into countless pieces. Under the power of the sword world, it was completely turned into fine powder and dissipated in the world. "What are you doing?" Xianxia said with dissatisfaction. "What are you doing?" The body of a true dragon was an extremely precious material that was extremely difficult to find. "You actually destroyed it without a word." Yu looked at him coldly. He said, "The body of a true dragon? Don't you have another one in front of you? Do you want to refine me as well?" "If you don't mind," Xianxia said, raising his eyebrows. "I'm very interested." Yu's expression turned cold and killing intent shot out from his eyes. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "All right, I won't play with you anymore. My dragon body was also destroyed by you, so I have to focus on my closed-door cultivation." "Shut up," Yu cursed. "We'll organize our men and go to the devil world to kill Six-Winged now. Everything will be settled." Xianxia looked at him contemptuously and said, "Don't think that it's a big deal just because you've reached the World King realm. Luan Yu was also a World King, but didn't he die just like that? Only the Master of 1,000 worlds could roam the universe without restraint. As for you, as a true dragon formed from the power of the realm, it's almost impossible for you to break through to the Realm King realm. How sad." "Ha ha! Sour grapes. Ha ha ha." Yu laughed maniacally. "If you're so capable, then try to reach the realm of World King first. I don't think you'll ever be able to reach that level in your lifetime. Lord of 1,000 worlds. I don't have the time to talk to you now," Xianxia snorted coldly. "If you want to go to the devil realm, I'll go with you after I come out of my seclusion. I'm also very curious about the current situation. I wonder if Wei Qing is dead. With his weak strength, he's most likely dead." Yu sneered. Although the two were teasing each other, Xianxia could not help but worry. After that, he told Yu to leave and cultivate it alone in the Divine Realm tablet. He had been seriously injured after obtaining the great power from the dragon transformation pool, and he didn't have time to stabilize his current realm. Fortunately, his physical body was extremely strong and he had many magical powers. If it were anyone else, they would have fallen from their cultivation level due to serious injuries. Now that he had touched the barrier to the realm of Regional King, he believed that as long as he continued to cultivate and comprehend, he would have a great chance of breaking through within 5 years. The Maha Ancient God's tactic had also fully comprehended the existing characters. There were still some flaws, so he began to repair them by referring to the laws of all creation created by AI Lien. They even corroborated with each other and continued to deepen his understanding of the two laws. A few months later, Xianxia tried to break through to the realm of World King again. The process lasted 7 or 8 days, but he still failed. He had no choice but to give up temporarily and exit seclusion first. In the main hall of Yanwu, they began to discuss the second trip to the demonic realm. Mu Lingdi had gone into seclusion, and now all the affairs of the Heavenly Martial League were handled by Ding Ling alone. Big brother Yunxiao is going to the devil world again? After hearing that, Ding Linger was shocked, and she was not prepared for it. There's only 4 years left until Lady Rowe's prediction, she said worriedly. Isn't it too risky to enter the devil realm now? I'm stuck below the realm of regional king, Yunxiao sighed. I might not be able to make a breakthrough even if I cultivate by force. Moreover, I've always been concerned about the current state of the devil world. I won't be able to sleep or eat in peace without getting any accurate information. This trip to the devil world will be done by Che Yu and me. There is no need to make a big fuss and no need to inform anyone. Just say that I am still in closed-door cultivation. Ding Linger thought for a while and said, since Big Brother Yunxiao has already made a decision, I can't say anything more. However, during the few months when Big Brother Yunxiao was in seclusion, Lord AI came to look for me several times, but I rejected him every time. Oh, Yunxiao nodded and said, it's time to have a good talk with the demons before we go to the devil realm. Tell the art garden to prepare some world-devouring pills and demon-resisting banners for Cheyu. I'll go to the monster race first. After that, without waiting for Ding Ling-er's reply, he teleported to the demon race's territory and came to the sky above AI Huey's palace. He used his divine sense to scan the area and teleported to the front of the Demon King Palace again. The guards in front of the hall immediately became alert and shouted one after another, surrounding him. The person in charge had sharp eyes and his eyelids twitched. He immediately exclaimed, Alliance Master. Yunxiao nodded and said with a calm face, I want to see your demon emperor. The person in charge was about to speak when he heard the referee's voice coming from the hall. It sounded urgent and excited. Let him in. The demi-human guards immediately split up and made way for him. The person in charge hurriedly led Yunxiao inside. Halfway there, Mo came out to welcome them personally, followed by AI. Li Yunxiao, you're really a busy man. It's so difficult to see you now. Although the judge was anxious, the moment he saw Yunxiao, the anger in his heart burst out. He stared at Yunxiao coldly, as if he would start a fight at any moment. When you really want to do something, no one can stop you, Yunxiao said with a smile. When you do, no one can stop you. The reason why he can't see me is that he doesn't really want to see me. All right, don't talk nonsense with me. Moe felt a headache coming on when he heard him start to argue. He waved his hand and interrupted, Follow me. The three of them entered the main hall and sat down. Yunxiao and Mo sat at the head of the table, while AI Hui sat at the lower left, at the bottom of the ridge. Li Yunxiao, the referee asked directly, What are your plans now? Yunxiao touched his nose and said with a wry smile, I should be the one asking you this question, right? What are the monster race's plans now? Are you sure the devil head is six-winged? He asked after a moment of silence. Yunxiao put down his hand and seemed extremely displeased. He frowned and said, You're still asking for confirmation at this time? Do you want me to take you to the devil realm and let you see it for yourself? Can I? Mo looked surprised. Yunxiao had just said it casually, but he did not expect the referee to take it seriously. He could not help but ask in surprise, You really want to go? Of course it's true, the referee nodded solemnly. Originally, I was thinking that if you didn't come out of seclusion for a long time, I might go to the devil realm on my own to inquire about the situation. After all, the truth of this matter is extremely important to our race. Yunxiao frowned. I've already said that I'll definitely guarantee it. I'm 100% sure. Don't you believe me? If it was something else, we wouldn't have suspected it. But this is too serious, Mo said with a bitter smile. In fact, the result doesn't matter to you. Yunxiao nodded. Are you going to change your choice after you confirm that the devil is a six-winged one? If the devil's head is six-winged, then we'll have to be even more determined. Mo's expression changed slightly. So, the demon's final choice is to fight six-winged together with the Heavenly Martial League? Yunxiao said with joy. Is that so? AI smiled bitterly. Why do you say that, Alliance Master? The demon race was originally a part of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. It's just that the Alliance Master has excluded us. In that case, it's my fault. Xianxia said with a smile. It's my fault. As long as the monster race can take the heavenly martial realm as their priority and resist the demons together, I will apologize to you if I have offended you before. AI said, I don't dare to apologize. I hope you won't make decisions on your own in the future, Alliance Master. Especially when it comes to matters involving the monster race. It's better to negotiate first. Looking at her ungrateful expression, it was obvious that she was resentful. I'm sorry. Xianxia cupped his fists and said solemnly, I was indeed a little stubborn in this matter. I apologize again. The relationship between the two races has been unusually tense during this period of time. AI sighed. There have been several times where they almost caused trouble. The Demon Emperor and I have ordered our clansmen to exercise restraint many times. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid that a gap will be formed, which will be detrimental to the long-term relationship between our two races. I did not think it through, Xianxia said. I'll give an order later to restore the communication between the two races, and no one is to monitor the movements of the demons. That's naturally the best, Mo grunted. I'm going to the Devil Realm soon, Xianxia said. I didn't expect you to make the same request, Your Majesty. I can go with you. Really? Mo was overjoyed. That would be great. Xianxia nodded and said, I'll ask someone to prepare some more realm-devouring pills and demon-controlling armors that can relieve the pressure of the Devil World. You can also prepare yourself, Your Excellency Demon Emperor. We'll set off in 3 days. All right, see you in 3 days. Mo nodded. Please be careful, Your Majesty, AI said with a worried look. Mo Dao said, Don't worry, Mr. AI. I'm only going to confirm the devil's identity. I'm not going to fight to the death with the devil. If we really encounter danger, we can just escape. In any case, be careful, AI worriedly reminded. The demon race still has to walk into the future under Your Majesty's leadership. Don't worry, MR.AI, Xianxia said with a smile. I'll definitely bring His Excellency Demon Emperor back alive. AI smiled gently and blinked. With Lord Alliance Leader's words, I can rest assured. There's something I need to trouble you with, MR.AI, Xianxia said. What's the matter? AI Meidai asked. Xianxia sighed and told him how Lu Congzi had controlled Yang Di and the others with an evil art. Now that all the Darren of the Art Garden are helpless, I hope that MR.AI can help us. It's only right for me to help, AI said. I'll do my best. As for the result, it's up to fate. Of course, Xianxia said gratefully. After a brief discussion, Xianxia took his leave. 3 days later, Xianxia, Yu, Qi, and Xiao Hong set off from Yanwu and were teleported to the floating island near the ancient Devil's Well, then entered the Devil World through the well. After Yu and Yen consumed large amounts of realm-devouring pills, their bodies developed a certain resistance to the world power of the Devil World. Coupled with the devil-resisting armor, they were able to adapt to the environment of the Devil World after a few days. Although there would still be some suppression, it was much stronger than entering the demon world naked. Xianxia identified the direction and followed the direction in which he had left the barbarian tribe. A month later, he arrived at the Emperor Peak City. Then, he would head to the Kuan tribe through the Supreme Emperor City's super teleportation formation. The group of 4 arrived at the Tianhan City not long after. Ever since the battle between Mopu and Lu Qi, the entire Tianhan City had been completely destroyed. At this moment, the scene in front of the 4 of them did not look like a city at all. Instead, there was a huge circular hill standing on the ground. Xianxia looked at the scene in surprise. Inside the hill was a dark and bottomless abyss, exactly the same as the realm pit in the heavenly martial realm, but several times larger. Yu was also shocked, looking at the terrifying world pit. He swallowed his saliva and said in shock, Is this really the work of a human? Xiao Hong and Yi were also shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone, take a good look, Xianxia said in a deep voice. This is the great enemy we are about to face. Yu and Qi couldn't help but shiver. Little Red was still fine, after all, she had personally witnessed this battle, but her face was also pale. Xianxia sighed and said, Let's go. Let's go to Shooting Star City. Yuan and Yuan should be there. That is, if nothing out of the ordinary happened. Everyone immediately turned into streaks of light and left this place. 3 months later, they arrived at the nearest city to the Shooting Star City, Clear Water City. After the light of teleportation fell, Yunxiao's figure emerged, and then he released Che Yu and the others from the Divine Realm tablet. Because the teleportation fee was high and it was calculated by the number of people, the other 3 people hid in the Divine Realm tablet. They looked around and saw that the entire Jingshui city had become bleak. Many buildings had been destroyed, and the devil's smoke was spreading. The flames of war were burning everywhere. It's really like this. It seems that the people at the teleportation site did not lie to us, Yunxiao said in surprise. They really were attacked by fiendish demons from the wilderness. What kind of demon is so powerful? Xiao Hong asked in surprise. It seems like most of the people in the city have gone. Yunxiao swept his divine sense around and said in a deep voice, "This matter is definitely not simple. The next stop here is the Shooting Star City, which is almost the main city of the Kuan department. What kind of fiend could come from so far away to attack this place? I'm afraid that the Kuan tribe or even the entire central region has changed. This isn't possible, is it?" Xiao Hong said in embarrassment. After all, the Yuan and Yuan tribes have just unified the central area. Who can compete with them? As soon as he said that, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she immediately understood and cried out, "The ancient realm!" Yunxiao nodded and said, "When we left a year ago, the 2 divisions were planning to go on an expedition to the Arceus region. But Yuan and Yuan were both seriously injured at that time, especially Yuan. It was impossible to recover without a year of preparation. But now, just a year has passed, and the Wildlanders have come to our doorstep to kill us. I'm afraid that the Arceus region is the one who made the first move. Although I don't know where the Arceus region is, the Devil World is so vast that it will take nearly a year to gather all the ferocious beasts in the surrounding wastelands and then charge directly to the core of the Kuan tribe. I'm sure the Arceus region has been working on this since the battle between Mopu and Lu Qi. The enemy attacked first. Is Six-Winged already fine?" Che Yu frowned. Yun Xiao gave him an indifferent look, then pointed to his head and said, "It's useless to just have strength. I'm really worried about your IQ. If Six-Winged was fine, it wouldn't be Shooting Star City that's suffering from the war now, but Yanwu." "What?" Che Yu was shocked. "You mean Six-Winged is still recovering from his injuries? But the Arceus region has already made their move? They want to unify the demonic world first?" Yun Xiao nodded and said, "In fact, it is only a matter of time before the ancient region unifies the Devil Realm. I'm afraid that Six-Winged is already in a hurry to attack the Heavenly Martial Realm. That's why it couldn't make it in time to attack the 2 central divisions while I was resting. After he recuperates, he can directly lead the army into the Jia." "Then what should we do now?" Che Yu asked. "I'm curious," Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. "Is there a fiend supremacy in the ancient realm? They were actually able to fight against the Yuan and Yuan divisions for such a long time, and even spread the flames of war to the Shooting Star City. However, Lu Qi probably doesn't care about the result of this battle. As long as he comes out of seclusion, the result will be the same regardless of whether he wins or loses." The few of them were silent. Their absolute battle prowess was enough to overwhelm everything. Yun Xiao laughed. "Don't let your thoughts run wild, everyone. Let's go and see what's going on first. We'll take one step at a time. Plans can never keep up with changes." "We're not," Che Yu scolded. "You're the one who's always talking nonsense." The 4 of them immediately flew toward the city. There were still many demons wandering around the city. They could see several obvious traces of battle, and a large number of buildings were destroyed. Yun Xiao's expression flickered as he sensed waves of devil essence fluctuations coming from somewhere outside the city. "Follow me." With a flash, the 4 of them disappeared from where they were. On a battlefield outside the city, hundreds of demons were besieging a huge demon that was as strong as a bull. The fiend was a few 100 feet tall. It stood on the ground with both feet and slammed its hands around like a futon. Every time it did so, a powerful demonic light wave would spread out, covering an area of 10 mu. A large number of demons died, and the killing was extremely intense. A throne was placed on top of the demon, and a demon lord was sitting on it. He had a cruel smile on his face as he looked down at the demons who were fighting. The demons of Jingshui City also released many demonic beasts, but they were all destroyed by the giant beast with a few palms. After a moment of stalemate, the forces of Jingshui City began to collapse. "Don't use force, let's go." Finally, someone shouted and said anxiously, "Return to the city and use the city's defense to contain it." Lord Sui, the city's defenses were broken last time, and they haven't been fully repaired yet. If we lure this demon over, I'm afraid they'll be destroyed again. Another demon said anxiously. Sui, the leader of this group, angrily rebuked. "If we don't retreat, we'll all die here. What's the point of defending the city then? Retreat." After he gave the order, the rest of the demons also felt relieved and hurriedly ran back. At the same time, he had the low-intelligence devilish beasts block them from behind. All of a sudden, hundreds of people scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing towards Jingshui City. "Haha! A bunch of ants? Can you still escape? All of you can go to hell." The man sitting on top of the beast stood up and laughed wildly. He immediately rode the beast and gave chase. That fierce beast's 2 feet stomped, and the low-intelligence demon around it was sent flying. It soared into the air and rushed over. Their speed was no slower than the demons of Jingshui City. Everyone felt a huge shadow catch up to them from above. Under the suppression of that powerful and brutal aura, they felt a wave of despair. "Ha ha ha!" The demon who was controlling the beast laughed wildly, as if he was in charge of life and death. The beast stomped down with both its feet, and the air was compressed with a sizzling sound, burning directly. Boom! As soon as he stepped on the ground cracked and a large amount of demonic light scattered in all directions. "Ha ha ha ha! A bunch of trash. Are they all dead?" The demon lord sneered as he looked down with the attitude of a superior. "What?" That smile suddenly froze on his face. He discovered that there wasn't a single demon around the foot of the beast. The attack just now had missed. "What's going on?" The demon lord's expression changed drastically, and he immediately flew down from the demon's head. The demons of Jingshui City suddenly appeared a few thousand feet away, as if they had teleported. Even the demons looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. They were all stunned. At this moment, the demon lord's expression changed. He stared at the people who had suddenly appeared in front of him and shouted, "Who are you?" Yun Xiao glanced at the fiend, who was full of violent and terrible aura, and could not help but frown. "The 4 of us were just passing by and wanted to find someone to ask about something, but we found that the city was almost empty. I saw you all playing here, so I came over to ask." "Ask what?" The demon lord's face darkened and he shouted, "If you want to ask quickly and get lost after you're done." Yun Xiao scratched his head and asked, "May I ask why there's no one in Jingshui City? Who is attacking Jingshui City? Are you blind?" The demon lord angrily rebuked. "Wasn't I the one who was attacking?" "Eh? Then who are you?" Yun Xiao asked gloomily. "Who are you? Are you from the Arceus region?" The demonic monarch's face flickered as he carefully sized up Yun Xiao and the other 3, and he could not help but be shocked. He could not tell the cultivation base of each of the 4. Pointing at the demons in Jingshui City, he said in a trembling voice, "Were you the ones who saved Yingluo just now?" "Yes." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "I used a greater teleportation, otherwise these friends would have died." The demons of Jingshui City all looked grateful. Sui hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "I am the chief of the Sui tribe in Jingshui City, and one of the 3 major tribes in Jingshui City. I wonder if you have any questions? I can answer them one by one." "So it's a local power of Jingshui City. That makes things easier. What force attacked the city?" Yun Xiao asked. "Why is it in this state?" Sui pointed at the demon, his eyes filled with hatred. "My lord, These are the ferocious beasts that come from outside the central region and are scattered all over the great desolate lands. There was more than one before, and our Jingshui city paid a great price to kill a few. The other two are almost dead. Are these people from the ancient realm? Yunxiao asked. Yes. Sui cupped his fists. Then, Yunxiao said, apart from Jingshui city, have any other places been attacked by the people of the ancient realm? Sui's expression changed slightly. From what I know, there are a large number of people from the Arceus region and Great Desolation fiends near the Shooting Star City. It seems like the Arceus region has declared war on our central region. As expected, Cheiyu said. Then let's get rid of these dregs first. Then lead the army to launch a counterattack on the Arceus region and kill the Six-Winged Clan. Milords, could Xianxia be one of us? Sui asked in surprise. Yunxiao rested his chin on his hand and nodded. We're on the same side. Everyone was overjoyed, as if they had just survived a disaster, and were extremely excited. The expression of the demon lord controlling the Great Desolation fierce demon immediately changed. He immediately flew back to the beast and controlled the huge body of the beast to jump suddenly. He wanted to escape into the void. However, Yunxiao did not intend to attack at all. He said to Cheiyu and Mo, the two of you try and see how much power you can exert in this environment. Cheiyu and Yi both rushed out one after another, but it was obvious that Cheiyu had the upper hand. He instantly appeared above the demon and pulled out his world sword. Under the sunlight, the world sword flashed with a cold light and then slashed down. The demon lord and the fierce demon did not put up any resistance and were directly split into two. Mo's expression changed, and he grunted as he turned around and flew back. I'm not used to it, but it's good that I didn't suppress it too much. Cheiyu kept his sword, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When he attacked just now, he felt the realm power flowing around his body like water, suppressing his power. The Asmodeans of the Clear Water City all opened their mouths wide in shock. That fiendish demon was the most powerful of all the demons that had attacked Jingshui City. They had besieged it for several days, but they were still no match for it even after suffering heavy casualties. However, it had been easily split apart by the man in front of them. These people seemed to be led by the young man in the long robe. Sui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly came over to pay his respects. May I know your name, sir? You don't need to know my name, Yunxiao said. Do you have any way to get me to Shooting Star City as soon as possible? Sui frowned and thought for a while before saying, although the teleportation formation is slightly damaged, it can still pierce through space. However, the landing will be very off. As far as I know, the Shooting Star City has been surrounded by a large number of fiends led by the people of the ancient realm. If the few of you were to rashly go, I'm afraid it would be very dangerous. Yes, Yunxiao said noncommittally. We'll use that teleportation array. Sui was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly nodded and said, Yes, Your Excellency. This way, please. Because the Devil Realm was too big and there were very few teleportation arrays, the connection between the cities was very thin. Even when the ancient realm besieged the Shooting Star City, only a few nearby cities were aware of it. Soon, Yunxiao and the other three were sent to Shooting Star City by the broken teleportation array. At this moment, the entire Shooting Star City was in a state of war. All the defenses of the city were activated. Thousands of demons had gathered in the outer area. Although there weren't many of them, they were all huge demons. The fiendish chi gathered in the sky like dark clouds, bringing great pressure to the entire city. In the sky above the Shooting Star City, a large number of demons had gathered and were facing off against the ferocious demons. Master Hu, the time limit is up. Have you thought it through? In the camp of the Arceus region, an elder-looking demon sat on a throne with a lazy look on his face. His right hand was placed on his forehead, as if he was resting. Even when he called out to her from a distance, he had a completely nonchalant look on his face, as if what was happening in front of him was a small matter. In the sky above Shooting Star City, Yi and Wei Qing were standing side by side in front. Both of them did not look too good, but Yuan was not seen. Lord Shan has a high position and great power, and no one in the entire devil world doesn't respect you. Why would you want to get involved in this? The referee smiled bitterly. Can't you leave us juniors a way out? The old man raised his head and said coldly, I'm thinking of giving you a way out. That's why I'm trying my best to persuade you to surrender. Otherwise, how could Shooting Star City still exist? I've completely offended the Devil Lord. Even if I surrender, he'll definitely find a reason to get rid of me in the future. Rather than living in fear and trepidation, it's better to go all out and fight for a future. Humph! Ignorant. Shan Yu laughed, his face full of ridicule. If you can't even defeat me, how can you deal with the Devil Head? Lord Shan is one of the 8 highly respected ancestors of the Saint Devil clan. Yi said with a grave expression. I had originally planned to invite the 8th ancestor out to preside over the overall situation of the entire Devil realm, and even mediate the relationship between the Central region and the Arceus region. I didn't think that Darren would be moved by the Devil Lord's words. There's no need to waste your effort, replied Shan Lingshan. 5 of the 8 ancestors have already pledged allegiance to the Devil Lord. The remaining 3 were either dead or missing. They would probably never appear again. In other words, in the entire Devil realm of the 17 Saint Devil families, the 5 leading families had already surrendered, and the remaining 12 families would have more or less agreed. If that's the case, what's the point of having a few kids in the Central region? Why aren't you surrendering? All 5 families have surrendered. The referee's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. Why would I lie to you? Flash said. You're also an extremely outstanding talent among the younger generation, and you might even have the opportunity to break through to the Saint Demon realm in the future. Why would he make a mistake and take the wrong path, causing himself to fall into eternal damnation? If you surrender now, we can put in a few good words for you when Lord Devil comes out of seclusion. With Lord Devil's magnanimity, he will definitely not make things difficult for you. The referee's face was filled with a complicated expression. His eyes were filled with struggle, and it was obvious that he was wavering. The Saint Devil family was extremely powerful in the Devil realm. They had a vast amount of resources and countless experts under them. They were not inferior to the 8 central regions at all. Now that they had all submitted to the Devil Lord, it was undoubtedly a huge blow to Yi. Our Xianxia family won't meddle in the affairs of the central region. Shan continued to encourage him. At that time, wouldn't you be the leader of the central region? You can atone for your crimes by performing meritorious deeds. As the vanguard general in the attack on the realm of heavenly martial arts, the Devil Lord will be very pleased. Richard's face turned pale, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He was very conflicted. I don't believe that the other Saint Devil families have also joined us. After all, it's rumored that a few of them have already stepped into the Saint Demon realm, and their strength is not much weaker than the demon heads. How could they be willing to submit? Humph, you don't believe me. Flash didn't seem to be moving quickly, but he quickly regained his composure and said, That's right. I've heard some of this news as well. It seems that Bai He Shu and his wife are showing signs of entering the Saint Demon realm, but the source is not reliable. I can also tell you the reason why we sought refuge with Sir Devil Lord, because soon, Sir Devil Lord will no longer be Sir Devil Lord, but Sir Devil Master. What? The Devil Head controls the 6 Paths demonic weapon. The judge panicked even more, and his body started to tremble. I think so, Flash said. Even if you haven't fully taken control of it, it's only a matter of time with your capability. All right. This old master won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Frosty air shot out from his eyes as he coldly said, Whether we fight or surrender, it all depends on your words. I'll tell you 2 more things. First, the 13 cities near the Shooting Star City should have all fallen. Secondly, the ancient region had already opened up a passage to the desolate ancient fearsome region. In the future, there would be a large number of fearsome demons continuously transported to the battlefield. That's all I have to say. You can make your own choice. The judge's face was full of bitterness as he looked at Wei Qing beside him. Sir, please. You're wavering, Wei Qing asked without changing his expression. I can't find a firm reason. Richard said with a bitter smile. In the Saint Demon family, the strength of any family was not below that of the Kuan tribe, especially the 8 experts known as the 8 ancestors. They were the existences at the peak of the Saint Demon family. This Lord Shan in front of us is one of them, and there are also 2 Lord Bai Hishu. It's said that they've already entered the Saint Demon realm, and they're not people we can resist. Wei Qing was bewildered. If it were him, he would probably choose to surrender as well. However, if the Holy See surrendered, not only would he be in danger, but the demon realm would also be unified, and the heavenly martial arts realm would be in great trouble. Therefore, they had to turn the central region into a strategic buffer zone between the realm of heavenly martial arts and the ancient regions. They could not allow the church to surrender no matter what. Who hasn't died since ancient times? Rather than living on in a despicable manner, being a slave and being eyed at by others, you should be more careful. He might as well go on a killing spree and be a free demon commander. Even if the time wasn't long, it could be considered a lifetime of freedom. What's the point of living like a lowly ant even if you can live for 10,000 years? Wei Qing's face was serious as he rebuked with a strong sense of righteousness, as if he would rather die than surrender. The demon lords of the Kuan tribe around him were originally muttering in their hearts, but after hearing this, they all frowned slightly, as if they felt that it was very reasonable. Wei Qing continued, "Moreover, this is the alliance between the Yuan and Yuan tribes. Although Lady Yuan has asked you and me to represent her in all matters, does all these matters include surrendering? For such a big matter, shouldn't Lady Yuan be informed? After coming out of seclusion this time, Lady Yuan would definitely be an expert in the Saint Demon realm. Lu Qi could let you, the Demon Supreme, go, but would she, the Saint Demon, go? I hope that you won't be too self-centered. After all, this is a matter that involves the lives of millions of demons in the 2 tribes' alliance." Yan also fell silent. There is indeed a need to discuss with Yuan. However, she is at a critical moment in her closed-door cultivation and cannot be disturbed. What should we do? What do we do? Wei Qing sneered. Just now, one of the 8 ancestors or something said that if you surrender, you will lead the central territory and be the vanguard in attacking the realm of heavenly martial arts. But if we go to war with the realm of heavenly martial arts, not to mention the outcome of the war between the 2 realms, how long can you live as the vanguard? The referee's expression turned ugly. A war between 2 worlds was bound to be an extremely tragic event. Not to mention that he was only a demon venerable. Even if he was a saint demon, he would most likely be the first to die as the vanguard. No one in this world is a fool, not to mention 6-winged. Wei Qing sneered. If he's really willing to let you go, it's because you're still useful to him. Once you're no longer of value, you're not far from death. Therefore, one's fate should be in their own hands. If you don't want freedom, then you'd rather die. Yi's body trembled, as if he was moved by Wei Qing's words, and his expression became extremely ugly. The high-level officials of the 2 tribes also looked worried. They did not know the strength of the heavenly martial realm, but they had seen Yunxiao and Wei Qing's strength. They were no match for them even in the devil realm. Once they entered the heavenly martial realm, under the suppression of the realm power, death was almost certain. Even if we don't surrender, we'll still die against the ancient realm's army, one of the higher-ups said in a deep voice. Wei Qing sneered. The difference is that, against the heavenly martial arts realm, even if you're lucky enough to survive, you'll still be servants. You'll still be the target of suspicion and want to be eliminated. As for the ancient domain, if you survive, you'll be your true masters, and you'll be free. Many demons were silent. Wei Qing struck while the iron was hot. Besides, it's impossible for the 6-wing to fully recover without several years. We still have time to buffer and make preparations. As for these Saint Devil families, they're nothing to be afraid of. The judge's eyes were filled with struggle. He sighed and was in a dilemma. Is Master Chu also so indecisive? A laugh suddenly rang out. In the middle of the confrontation between the 2 armies, a spatial storm suddenly emerged, and 4 figures emerged from it. They were none other than Yunxiao and the other 3. Yunxiao was looking at the judge with a smile and a playful look. The people of the ancient region were all shocked as they stared at the newcomers. They could not help but feel that these people were not ordinary. Li! All the higher-ups of the two divisions cried out in surprise, and many of them looked overjoyed. The church was also excited. Wei Qing was also stunned, but his heart relaxed for no reason. The referee's face was slightly red, but his eyes also lit up. Lord Li has returned. I've just come back, Xianxia said with a faint smile. I found you were going to surrender. Chu Weiwei was calm after the embarrassment. She sighed and said, no matter what choice I make, it'll be a difficult path. Xianxia's eyes were slightly cold as he said, it's actually a very easy choice. If you choose to surrender, then the four of us and Wei Qing will send you and the rest of the cultivators of the ancient realm to heaven. If we choose our original goal, then we'll send the cultivators of the Arceus region to heaven together. The faces of the senior officials of the two divisions turned unsightly. Although his words were extremely arrogant, they had seen Xianxia's power and knew that he had the strength. Furthermore, the other three people who were with him did not seem to be simple people. Since Lord Li has said so, the referee said with a bitter smile, we can only choose our original intention if we don't consider the long-term plan and only consider the current interests. That's right. Xianxia clapped and laughed. I've heard part of what Wei Qing said. Death was better than freedom. You have to fight for your own future, not wait for someone to give it to you. Dignity can't be obtained by kneeling and begging. The referee's expression was solemn as he nodded. Lord Li is right. I was almost blinded by the situation. Thanks to Lord Wei Qing's advice, I was able to find my heart. Wei Qing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His hands were sweating as he said, it's good that you have a firm belief. That's how you can be invincible. The few of them spoke in hushed tones, talking in private. In the distance, Flash and the people from the ancient land were quite patient at first, thinking that they were hesitating to discuss the matter, which was very normal. But, ever since Xianxia and the other three appeared, they became extremely impatient. Especially when he saw the relieved and happy expressions of the upper echelons of the church and the two ministries. He immediately felt that things were not good. Flash suddenly shouted, fuck! What's your decision? Fight or surrender? Don't be so wishy-washy. Only then did Richard and the others stop talking and laughing. Richard said, Lord Li, how do you think we should reply? Then let's respond with actual actions. Xianxia smiled faintly. The judge nodded, his eyes turning cold. Everyone, follow me. Kill! 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 A collective roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, followed by a murderous aura that filled the sky. The elites of the Yuan and Yuan tribes made their moves and charged forward. Xianxia's appearance had greatly boosted their confidence. They did not want to think about the future for the time being, because at least they would not lose for now. The expressions of the people of the ancient realm changed drastically, and they were furious. Shan's eyes flickered and he said coldly, you don't know what's good for you. How can you live if you seek death yourself? Kill. Kill them all. Under the control of the demons, the thousands of primordial fierce demons roared and began to run wildly in the sky, exuding a brutal aura. The entire world trembled, and terrifying demonic chi turned into waves that spread across the wilderness. Lord Li, the referee shouted. Xianxia immediately understood what he meant. With a faint smile, he took out the laughing pride in the mortal world and slapped it over a dozen times in the air. Terrifying elemental power whizzed out from within the ball of golden light, transforming into attacks that struck the fiends. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky immediately darkened. The demons in front of the two armies were immediately struck by the wind and fire elements, and they roared in anger as they were thrown off their horses. Bang! 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 Some of the ferocious demons in front of them were directly blown apart and began to disintegrate, but most of them were only injured. Xianxia was shocked. Although he had defeated the first wave of demons, the strength of these things was beyond his expectation. If they had been ordinary demonic beasts and birds, they would have been killed by these dozens of attacks. Kill! He suddenly roared and charged into the formation first, directly twisting off the head of a fierce demon. The morale of the two armies was high, and they instantly rushed into the fierce demon formation and began to fight crazily. Che Yu, Xiaohong, and Yi also followed the army and charged into the enemy formation. Yun Xiao. Wei Qing looked at Yun Xiao and asked, "So, do you want to deal with Shan or me?" Yun Xiao laughed in surprise. "It seems that Lord Wei Qing's strength has improved very quickly recently. I can see that Shan's strength is not ordinary. I'm afraid I can't handle him. You should go." "Humph. What a pretentious person." Wei Qing sneered in disdain and disappeared. With a faint smile, Yun Xiao also rushed into the battlefield, choosing to kill the more powerful opponents. The strongest person on the other side only had the strength of a peak-stage demon supremacy. As for the primordial fiend demons, although they were powerful, they could not withstand the attacks of Yun Xiao, Che Yu, and the others, and their numbers continued to decline. Besides, Yun Xiao noticed that some modified demonic beasts and birds had also appeared in the army of the Kuan tribe. It was the third generation that Lu Zongzi had created back then. It had also been developed by the Christian Church within a year, and its combat power was amazing. The two sides fought fiercely, and in a short period of time the battle ended in a draw. Yun Xiao had specifically chosen those powerful fiendish demons to launch sneak attacks on them, and he had been running around the battlefield. He was slightly shocked when he saw Wei Qing and Shan fighting. A large number of vines appeared on Wei Qing's body. It was the demonic phoenix's Ubijna. Thousands of flowers grew out of the vines, and from time to time, the faces of the Kuan would flash across the flowers. It was obvious that it had already swallowed Gong. The vines grew larger and larger in the air, no different from a barrier. Flash began to lose. Moreover, the battle circle kept shrinking. Every time he touched the devil's vines, it was as if he was whipped. Under the immense pain, he was bounced back, and his face began to show fear. "Who are you?" Flash asked in shock. His previous blind arrogance had completely disappeared. He, who am I? I'm your ancestor." Demon Phoenix laughed wildly. The flowers on the vines bore fruits at the same time, which were all Demon Phoenix's faces. They laughed coldly and said, "Aren't you a descendant of the Shengma clan? And this seat is the holy demon. If I'm not your ancestor, who else can I be?" Holy demon. Flash's entire body trembled. He had finally confirmed his suspicions. He was already at the peak of the demon commander realm. If it wasn't for the difference in strength, how could he have been beaten so badly that he couldn't even fight back? His opponent was indeed someone from that realm. He was afraid and no longer had the heart to fight. He gathered qi in his palm and desperately cut open a path. Seeing this, Wei Qing took the opportunity to fly up and slap Shan's body, sending him flying. He couldn't care less about his injuries as he tried his best to escape from the barrier of vines. Although he had been ambushed by Wei Qing, he was overjoyed and fled into the distance with wild laughter as if he had survived a disaster. Wei Qing and Yen were both stunned. They didn't expect the other party to be so afraid of death, abandoning the good battlefield situation and directly escaping to save his life. Yun Xiao felt dizzy as well. He did not expect that one of the so-called 8 ancestors, who was so arrogant and aggressive, would be so cowardly and afraid of death. With a flash, he turned into a stream of light and chased after them. After all, he was a peak demon venerable. If he didn't get rid of him now, he would be a great disaster in the future. Suddenly, the body that was moving forward came to a halt. It was forced to a stop. However, due to the high speed, it glided in the air for several thousand feet before coming to a stop. Flash's face was filled with fear as he stared at the sky with wide eyes. Yun Xiao's eyelids twitched as well. He looked over and saw a cloud of demonic energy gathering and soon turning into a figure that descended from the sky. Yuan. The few demons who were looking at this side were all shocked. Wei Qing also put away all the vines and the demon phoenix returned to his shoulder. He looked at them calmly. Yuan's aura was extremely powerful at this moment. Everyone's heart trembled as they immediately understood that she had stabilized in the Saint Demon realm. "Lady Yuan," Flash said in panic. Yi's face was cold as he stared at him with his watery eyes. "So it's the Saint Devil family. one of the 8 great ancestors, Lord Shan. I was wondering who in the current devil world would dare to bring people to the central region to mess with me so unscrupulously. Shan hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. It was a misunderstanding. I had no choice. I hope Lady Yuan will be magnanimous. All right, you're one of the leaders of the Shengma family, an old senior worthy of everyone's respect. He nodded. Flash was ecstatic. He didn't think that the other party would let him go. He couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. He hurriedly said, thank you, Lady Yuan. So, I'll grant you a quick death, Yuan continued. Ah? You? Shan was shocked and immediately felt a powerful aura coming at him. In his shock and anger, he hurriedly jumped up and turned into a light again to escape. Although he was also a peak demon venerable and could at least hold on for a while if they really fought, the appearance of 2 holy demons on the same battlefield and the fact that he had been injured by Wei Qing's sneak attack had already scared him out of his wits. He didn't dare to stay and fight. Yuan snorted coldly and chased after Flash. A huge fire lotus condensed in the air and struck Flash's body. Bang! Ah! Flash let out a blood-curdling screech as his entire body was set ablaze. He wailed in pain as he flailed his arms and legs in the air. Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and she coldly said, I'm giving you a quick death, but you're actually trying to escape. I can only slowly burn your body and soul. Shan's blood-curdling screeches immediately startled the entire battlefield. All of the demons of the ancient regions paled. After screaming a few times, it seemed like it couldn't make a sound anymore. It directly knelt down in the air, covered its body in pain, and slowly fell from the sky. This was a huge psychological blow to the cultivators of the ancient regions. The battlefield fell into chaos as cries of fear rang out. The originally heated and balanced situation was broken in an instant. Many of the demons of the Arceus region no longer had the heart to fight and immediately abandoned the battle. The 2 armies roared in unison, and their auras soared to unprecedented heights. One after another, huge demons exploded and died in the battle. Yun Xiao looked at Yuan with a little fear. He chuckled, cupped his fists, and said, Congratulations, Lady Yuan, for successfully combining the 2 world flames into one. I'm afraid that you're the first person in history to be able to do this. Humph, he snorted. Yuan snorted coldly as she stared into Yun Xiao's eyes. Her left pupil flickered with white ice fiend heart flame, while her right eye glowed with a light green netherworld fire. The 2 types of flames burned in her eyes and then dispersed. They became clear and the murderous aura on her body was also restrained. Yuan did not answer Yun Xiao's question, but said alone, The demonic weapon of the 6 paths has completely lost its connection to the 6 wings. If that's the case, then MOPU should be dead, and a new generation of demon masters will be born. What do you think, Lady Yuan? Yun Xiao asked. We'll strike first before he can fully control the demonic weapon, Yuan said directly. Moreover, I estimate that his injuries have not yet healed. What? Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, Do you mean to kill the people of the ancient realm? Yes, Yuan nodded. It's feasible, Yun Xiao said. No matter what happens to Six-Winged in the end, it's the best plan to get rid of all his accomplices first. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find Six-Winged in the Arceus region. You mean to say that he's not in the Arceus region? He frowned. Not necessarily. Yun Xiao shook his head. It's just my guess. In the realm of heavenly martial arts, there's a profession called clairvoyant. According to their deduction, Six-Winged will eventually become a demon master and invade the realm of heavenly martial arts. Yuan's expression changed greatly. She had heard Zhuo Kuan mention the fortune-teller before. She couldn't help but feel fear in her heart. 2 kinds of flames were once again ignited in her eyes. But where there's a will, there's a way, Yun Xiao said. This is the best choice now. Don't be affected by the divination. After all, there's no other way. The referee pondered for a moment before nodding again. The 2 of them had the same idea. Without further ado, they rushed into the battlefield and began to clear the primordial giant demons. An hour later, all the people of the ancient realm and the primordial giant demon had been killed. The demonic chi between heaven and earth was so dense that it had almost solidified, making the people who had just finished fighting feel extremely satisfied. Even if they didn't deliberately absorb it, the demonic chi would directly pour into their bodies, and many people immediately recovered a lot. Wei Qing even took out his yin and yang air bottle and devoured the demonic chi without restraint. "Everyone, rest well and wait for orders," the referee ordered. "Second-grade devil lords and above, follow me into the hall." The group of people reluctantly left the battlefield filled with demonic chi and returned to the main hall of Shooting Star City. Yuan's aura was extremely strong at the moment, and even the referee subconsciously lowered his status and stood behind her. The entire two demon tribes were undoubtedly led by Yuan. Meanwhile, the people from the heavenly martial realm were clustered around Yunxiao. "I've discussed it with Li Yunxiao just now," the referee said. "We both think it's necessary to strike first and annihilate the forces of the ancient realm. I wonder if anyone has any suggestions." Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their eyes revealed worry. They had just survived a great battle, and now they were going to fight again. Furthermore, they were going to attack the Arceus region from a distance. All of them were extremely nervous. "What?" The referee's face darkened. "You're not willing? This subordinate does not dare." Under her might, all the demons shuddered and immediately cupped their fists. "We'll listen to Lady Yuan's decision." "I know what you're thinking," Yi said coldly. "But right now, the entire central region is like a grasshopper on a rope. Regardless of whether we take the initiative or not, the other party will not let us go. If that's the case, why don't we take the initiative to fight?" The referee nodded and said, "That's right. Right now, other than the ancient region's own power, there's also the power of the Xingma clan and the desolate ancient fearsome region. Once they've completely fused and become powerful, it'll be even more difficult to eradicate them. Once the demon master is born, he'll join forces with the Xiangma family to extract the power of the primordial fierce demon. We can only sit and wait for our deaths," he said. She looked at Yunxiao and said, "I wonder if the heavenly martial realm can send more people here? This way, our chances of winning will be higher." The referee was also looking at them anxiously. After all, Yunxiao and the others represented the power of an entire world, which was far stronger than their two tribes. "The heavenly martial realm does have a lot of power," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "But if we enter the devil realm, how can we solve the suppression of the realm power? I don't want the combat force that I've worked so hard to cultivate to be buried after a 50% discount." "Then do you think you and our two groups can deal with six-winged?" the referee asked. "Of course not," Yunxiao said with a smile. "But Lady Yuan, can you not change the concept? We're here to deal with the Arceus region, not the six-winged clan. If Lu Qi was at his peak, then this trip to the Arceus region wouldn't have been necessary." "Even if we're dealing with the Arceus region," the referee said, "with the participation of the strong cultivators from the realm of heavenly martial arts, even if the strength is reduced by 50%, the odds of winning will still be greatly increased. We're allies on the same line now, but you always seem to have us stand in the way." The higher-ups of the judge and the other two divisions kept nodding, thinking that what he said made sense. They could not help but feel a little angry as they stared at Yunxiao and the others. "You're wrong," Yunxiao retorted. "My lord, you're wrong. Who asked you to be right besides six-winged? Furthermore, the six-winged clan is currently dealing with your central region, not the heavenly martial arts realm. It's still a question whether the six-winged clan really wants to deal with the realm of heavenly martial arts. Who has solid evidence to prove that the six-winged clan wants to deal with the realm of heavenly martial arts?" He glanced at the shocked faces of the demons and smiled. "I didn't." "That's right," Wei Qing added. "It's still a question whether the six-winged clan will attack the realm of heavenly martial arts, but we've chosen to come and help you. Don't be greedy." Min didn't agree and argued. During the battle outside the city, Xianxia said that once the central territory was unified, I would be the vanguard to attack the realm of heaven martial arts. This is what everyone has seen. He. Yunxiao laughed. "What's the big deal? Who was he? Could he represent the six-winged clan? Don't forget, six-winged was an expert born in the realm of heavenly martial arts. The realm of heavenly martial arts was his hometown. It was just that he had been plotted against back then, so he harbored a grudge. Now that the person who had plotted against him was dead, the hatred would naturally be resolved. If you're not satisfied, we can go back now. You can play this game by yourself. The judge and all the demons were completely dumbfounded. If Xianxia said that he would leave at this time, they would be in real trouble. He had already killed Flash and was in a life-or-death situation with Guyu and Six-Winged. The referee suddenly became a little angry and said angrily, "That's not what you said before the battle with Flash." "It was Lord Wei Qing who said it," Xianxia said faintly. "But Lord Wei Qing cannot represent the heavenly martial realm, just like how Flash didn't represent Six Wings. Moreover, the fact that we're standing here right now is a sign of our determination to advance and retreat together with you. Lady Yuan, on the other hand, is insatiable and feels that we don't have enough manpower. If you also think that the suppression of the realm power is nothing, why don't we change the battlefield to the realm of heavenly martial arts? You can follow me back to the realm of heavenly martial arts, and we can work together to fight against the Six-Winged clan." Okay. At this moment, no one made a sound. Some of them had tried to pass through the crack, and the pressure of the world power was almost enough to kill them. This time, everyone fell silent. Yuan was really afraid that Xianxia and the others would just leave, so she quickly said, "It's just a suggestion. Since you don't agree, Li Xianxia, then forget it. In this war to the Arceus region, our two divisions will be the vanguards and suffer a little." "Thank you," Xianxia nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you then." In fact, even if the negotiations fell apart at this moment, Xianxia would not leave. He would definitely follow them and watch the battle in the ancient realm. This was because his purpose of entering the Devil Realm this time was to investigate the Six-Winged clan's situation and turn the entire Central Territory into a strategic buffer to reduce the damage caused by the Six-Winged clan's attack to the heavenly martial arts realm. Therefore, the existence of the Yuan and Yuan divisions was very important to him and the realm of heavenly martial arts. "That's settled then." He nodded. "Everyone, take a break and we'll set off in 3 months." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. Although they all had worried looks on their faces, their auras were still there, and they were not pessimistic. After receiving the order, the demons retreated one by one. Xianxia also began to talk to Wei Qing, trying to understand what had happened in the past year. Suddenly, a figure floated over and said softly, "Lord Li, Lord Judge." Xianxia cupped his fists and said, a trace of resentment flashed through the judge's eyes. He bit his lower lip and said, "It's been more than a year since we last met, but Lord Li seems to have grown distant from the church." Xianxia was a little embarrassed as he said, "No, sir, who is overthinking?" A strange look flashed across Xiao Hong's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a strange manner. No one knew what she was feeling. Wei Qing also glanced at the two of them, crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "You guys can talk. Come find me after you're done." He was about to leave. "Lord Wei Qing, please wait a moment," the referee hurriedly said. "I think it's better for you two to talk. After all, the important matters are more important, and I have nothing important to do." She gave Xianxia a few affectionate looks and sighed. "I thought I would never see you again, my lord. Now that I can see you again, I will die without regrets." Her words were so explicit that even a fool could understand what she meant. Xianxia could not help but feel extremely embarrassed as he said in a hurry, "Lord Hu, you must be joking. Why would life and death be a matter of life and death? We have an extremely high chance of victory in this campaign to conquer the Arceus region." "My lord, you don't have to comfort me. Even if I win this time, what about the next time?" Next time, he would have to face Six-Winged directly. We've all experienced the battle between Lu Qi and Mopu in Tianhan City. That kind of power that could destroy the world was not something that human strength could compete with. Dying in battle should be my final outcome. Perhaps it was because he could sense his fate in the future that he no longer hid his words. Instead, he spoke with his heart. To be able to see Lord Li again at this time is truly the best. Xianxia was about to refute, but the judge smiled faintly and said, "I won't disturb your discussion any longer. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and left without waiting for Yunxiao's reply. Tisk, TSK. Since ancient times, I've been full of love, emptiness, and hatred. Che Yu shook his head. He started to recite a poem. From now on, the demon world has another pure little girl who misses you day and night but never sees you. When Yunxiao saw that they were all looking at him with strange eyes, he immediately turned his head and squinted at Che Yu as he said, "What did you just say? I don't understand what you're saying." Che Yu sneered. Hee, that's right. You don't understand. It's in line with your personality of playing dead when it comes to business. Yunxiao ignored him and continued to chat with Wei Qing. Where were we just now? Che Yu quickly interjected. Speaking of missing you day and night, Xianxia. Shut up. Yunxiao pointed at him and scolded. You lowly thing. If you can't recite poems, don't try to be artsy like others. You'll only make yourself look lowly. Do you understand? Humph. I'm just telling the truth. You lie to girls everywhere you go, and you don't allow me to tell you. Che Yu's eyes opened wide. He was not convinced. But when he saw that Yunxiao was really angry and still had some fear of him, he did not dare to contradict him again. The few of them immediately began to chat about the devil world and the future situation, exchanging some information with each other. Yuan and Yuan didn't disturb them. They also felt that it was inconvenient for them to listen, so they went to cultivate. 3 months later, the army began to gather outside the Shooting Star City. More than 3,000 powerhouses were selected from the entire central region, followed by a large number of demons. They were transported in batches to the Arceus region. In the entire demon realm, most of the demons with intelligence gathered in the central region. The central region was also the safest place in the demon realm. It was also the vast land with the most rules. The vast space outside the central region was known as the desolate ancient fearsome region, because there were no rules to speak of in these regions. It was a world where the weak were prey to the strong, and they devoured each other. However, there were also many powerful aristocratic families or tribes that had established themselves in these desolate ancient ominous regions. Not only were they doing so for the powerful demonic QI resources, but the naked law of the jungle could also train the ruthlessness and strength of the demon race. Yuan County, which Yunxiao had been to before, was actually an existence located between the central region and the desolate ancient fearsome region. The ancient region had always been mysterious. Even many peak demon monarchs only vaguely knew that this place was within the desolate ancient fierce region. They did not know the exact location. Only a few demon supremacies knew some inside information. Launch a counterattack against the Arceus region? Hehe. This is really interesting. In a dark hall, the wall lamps were burning with red flames, which made the hall look strange. A demon placed his hands behind his back as he listened to his subordinate's report. His originally cold face suddenly revealed a smile. However, that smile was even more chilling than the coldness. Yes. According to my investigation, the people of the Yuan and Yuan tribes, as well as a few experts from the realm of heaven martial arts, are all on their way to our place. The subordinate knelt on one knee and did not dare to raise his head. I know, you may leave. The man waved his hand. Without waiting for the subordinate to reply, a spatial force appeared and the subordinate disappeared. The man placed his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, "What made Yuan and Yuan so bold as to launch a counterattack against the Arceus region? Haha, I'm actually not angry at all. Is this the reaction of someone who is too angry?" All the red flames on the wall lamps around the hall suddenly exploded with a bang, sending countless sparks flying in the hall. In the end, it condensed into a slender figure wrapped in a black robe and slowly descended. What's wrong? The man asked in surprise. Have you finished your closed-door cultivation? With you here making a ruckus, how am I supposed to go into seclusion? The black-robed man snorted coldly. I was just talking to myself. What does it have to do with you? The man laughed. You're probably begging me because you can't make up your mind? The black-robed man sneered. The man snorted. What a joke! Do I need your advice to deal with a group of ants? Oh! The black-robed man sneered. He walked a few steps in the hall and sneered. Then how will you make the decision? The man made a killing gesture and said in a cold voice, "Of course, I'm going to kill them all. Do you even need to think about it?" "Yes, yes, all killed. That's not bad." The black-robed man chuckled and said, "Then how do you plan to kill them? Should we just rush up?" The man sneered, "Who am I? Still charging forward? We're waiting for them to come and die. Just outside the St. Devil Hall?" The black-robed man asked casually. "Why not?" the man asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned, as if realizing something. After a moment of silence, he said in a much softer tone, "Then what do you think we should do? Don't you have your own plans?" The black-robed man chuckled. The man said angrily, "If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't, then get lost. This lord doesn't have the time to chat with you." The black-robed man sneered and walked in front of the man. "It's impossible to stop the enemy outside the St. Devil Hall. You and I can work together to build a super Colosseum." "Super Colosseum?" The man's eyes flickered as he said, "You're referring to the trap that the Xianxia family created to train their disciples." "That's right." The black-robed man nodded with a smile. This trapped place was the dead place of the Central Army, and the demonic barrier Xianxia used to test them. "Primordial fiend?" The man's eyes lit up. The black-robed man chuckled. "That passage wasn't opened for nothing. We've spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources to establish a stable passage space by uniting all the holy demon worlds. It can transport the primordial fierce demons to the Super Colosseum continuously and let them have a good time. This is a brilliant plan. We'll do it this way." The man clapped his hands in joy. The black-robed man said, "There's no time to waste. Let's do it now. We'll move all the nearby spatial nodes to the Super Colosseum and make them their graves." The two of them immediately turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the hall. A few months later, in a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the central region, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened without any warning, as if the heavenly dog was devouring the sun. The space suddenly became blurry and then began to spin in a certain direction. All the demonic chi in the surroundings was sucked in, and the space within several thousand feet seemed to be compressed into a point. Boom! Finally, after it was compressed to the extreme, the powerful force exploded, and a violent demonic light shot out from it, shooting towards the ground. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the mountain range, directly blowing up the top of the mountain within a radius of several thousand feet, revealing an almost flat land. After the demonic light dissipated, dozens of figures appeared inside, all of them looking around with strange expressions. "So this is the Arceus region? Why is it a mountain range?" It was Xianxia and the others who had been teleported here. Due to the large number of people, they had been divided into many batches, and they were the first batch. Yuan's expression changed slightly, and she looked unsightly as she said, "Oh no! I seem to be in the wrong place." The judge furrowed his brows. "I thought it was strange before we came out of the tunnel. I didn't expect that I was wrong. What should we do now?" When the rest of the people heard this, they looked at each other without any ideas. Xianxia observed the surroundings for a while and said, "Strange. This mountain range is a little strange. However, there's no need to worry too much. Even if there's a deviation in the teleportation, this place should be within the boundaries of the ancient regions." "How are you so sure?" Shang asked in surprise. "How can you be sure of this?" Xianxia laughed. "How can you be sure? I was just guessing." Yuan's face immediately turned cold. It was such a big deal, but Xianxia seemed to be joking. "Lord Li, are you sure?" the referee quickly asked. "This is not a joke." "How can I be 100% sure?" Xianxia asked. "I've never been to the Arceus region. However, this area seems to have been tampered with. Everyone, be careful." The judge was stunned for a moment. He looked around and said, "How can you tell that something has been done? It seems to be an ordinary mountain range." "The mountain range is fine," Xianxia said, "but the space here is dense." He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and his expression became very strange. "But aren't the space nodes here a little too dense?" It's as if someone had intentionally moved space. Spatial shift. Everyone seemed to have never heard of this term before. As the name implied, they all felt strange. Lord Li, are you saying that someone deliberately shifted the nearby passages to this place to force us to land here? The referee asked. You're so smart, Xianxia said with a smile. It's not easy to be sure if it's true, but at the very least, there are far too many spatial nodes in this place. I'm guessing that's the case. If that's the case, Yi said, then this proves that we're in the Arceus region, and that they've already made preparations to welcome us? Of course, Xianxia said. The premise is that my guess is right. Richard looked up at the sky and said worriedly, I hope that's right. Even if we fall into their trap, it's better than going to the wrong place. The desolate, ancient, fearsome region was so vast that it didn't even have a map. They could only rely on the stars to locate it. If they went in the wrong direction, they might not be able to get out even after a few years. Furthermore, there was still an endless stream of troops that were about to be teleported over. Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and a cold glint flickered in her eyes. You might have guessed right. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of her gaze. They saw a black dot speeding over from the mountain peak in the distance. As they got closer, the black spot grew bigger and bigger. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said, Primordial fiend! The rest of the people were in an uproar, all of them becoming vigilant and waiting sternly. Ha ha! It's indeed an ancient demon, Yi laughed. That's the right position. Even though the ancient region was located in the desolate ancient fearsome region, it was still very far from where the fearsome demons were. It should be what Lord Li guessed. They set a trap for us to fall into. Although I don't know what dangers there are, it's still better than being transported to the wrong place. I hope it's as optimistic as you think, Xianxia said without changing his expression. There were not many primordial fierce demons, only a dozen of them. They were all 300 to 400 feet long and fell from the sky like giants. Although the two demon tribes were nervous, they did not panic. After all, the strongest people of the two tribes were all gathered here. After the 10-odd fierce demons landed, they swept their gazes across the crowd and roared as they charged over, demonic smoke billowing. Everyone stood still, waiting for orders. Many of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. It's ridiculous to say that these boorish men are a trap, Xianxia said with a frown. Don't you think? I don't have time to think. Let's kill these boorish men first, the referee said. Kill them all, he immediately ordered. With a boom, an earth-shattering power erupted from the group of demons, all of which rushed toward the vicious demons. Everyone, attack together, Xianxia cried out. We'll try our best to reduce the losses. After all, the few people from the heavenly martial realm were not under the referee's order. After Xianxia spoke, they all moved to meet him. In just one exchange, half of the fierce demons fell and died on the spot. The remaining half was also completely annihilated in the time it took to brew half a cup of tea. The pure demonic chi from the dead primordial fierce beast spread in the valley. The judge asked suspiciously, Could we have really come to the wrong place? Yuan's expression was also a little ugly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Let's not worry about that for now, Xianxia said. We'll talk about it when the army is here. Even if it's the wrong place, it can't be changed for the time being. That's the only way, Yi nodded. Let's gather the army first. Everyone immediately waited in place. In the St. Devil Hall, which was an unknown distance away from the mountain range, the black-robed man and the man were staring at a water mirror with dark faces. There were many powerful devils standing around them, and all of them had looks of shock on their faces. 13 primordial fierce demons were killed almost in a single blow. How can these people be so powerful? An old man had a look of fear on his face as he looked at the mirror in shock at the experts who were sitting cross-legged in the air. Other than Yuan and Yuan, the other powerhouses from the realm of heavenly martial arts seemed to be very troublesome as well. Another person said in a deep voice. His face was filled with solemnness. What are you all panicking for? One of them sneered. Right now, the 17 Saint Devil families are all gathered here, together with the primordial fierce beast and the strength of the ancient region itself. If we can't even deal with the 2 tribes of the central region and a few people from the heavenly martial realm, we might as well just bang our heads against the wall and die. These words are really unpleasant to hear. Who was panicking? These people were indeed powerful, but they still couldn't speak the truth. If you think they're trash, you can bring some people with you to try. The other person seemed to be not used to it and retorted with sarcasm. You're just trying to pick a fight with me, aren't you? The man said angrily. We can try, but if we're going, we have to go together. Whoever doesn't go is a bastard. Haha, what a joke. Why should I go? Someone else laughed. I didn't say that they were easy to deal with. You were the one who boasted shamelessly and boasted. All right, all of you shut up. The man who had a gloomy face shouted, and the 2 of them immediately fell silent. They only grunted in protest. What do you think? The man looked at the man in black. The black-robed man pondered for a moment, touched his chin and said, The strength of these people is indeed beyond my estimation, but it doesn't affect our strategy. It is because of this that this strategy is even more valuable. Not bad. The man agreed. Other than Yuan, the others are a little troublesome as well. If we let them get close to the Saint Devil Hall, we'll indeed be in trouble. Why don't we attack together and kill them first to relieve some of the pressure on the primordial demon? We can just let the primordial fierce demons finish off the rest of the army. The black-robed man rolled his eyes at him and said, The primordial demon is your relative? Do I need you to take care of me like this? In any case, they were a group of retards who didn't need any capital. He could just lure them over from the depths of the danger zone. Let's just slowly wear them out. That's true, we'll just watch quietly from here. The man nodded. The other Saint Devil clan members also nodded with a smile, their faces filled with ridicule. Xianxia and the others waited in the mountains for 3 days, and more than 3,000 experts had arrived. In these 3 days, several more groups of primordial fierce demons attacked, but they were all repelled. However, it seemed that the number of fierce demons did not decrease. Instead, the frequency of their attacks was also increasing. What cast a shadow over Xianxia and the others' hearts was that these fiends seemed to have no end, as they kept appearing out of thin air, as if they had been teleported directly from the depths of the danger zone. Moreover, this mountain range was extremely strange. They kept fighting and searching for an exit, but it seemed to be endless. Could this be an illusion? Che Yu could not help but curse. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a golden light as he said coldly, If it's an illusion, would I not be able to see through it? That's hard to say. Che Yu chuckled. Who was the one who was fooled by the ultimate at the dragon transformation pool? Then please ask Lord True Dragon to split this illusion with one strike and save us, Yunxiao said angrily. Yi suddenly said, This isn't an illusion. If I'm not wrong, this is an extremely ancient spatial ability. It's called substitution. Transplant flowers into trees? All the demons were stunned, as if they had never heard of it before. Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed, becoming extremely unsightly. The referee looked at her inquisitive gaze and nodded. Lady Yuan has also thought of it. It's precisely transplant and space created out of thin air. Creating space out of thin air. Lord E, do you have any meaning in your words? As far as I know, the only things that can create a space out of thin air are saint artifacts. It's indeed not clear, the referee quickly said. This space is not created out of thin air, but moved here. It can split countless spaces and then directly put them together. Wei Qing's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Isn't this kind of divine power a little frightening? It's indeed a little troublesome, but it's real. Other than the Arceus region, our opponents are also those Saint Devil families. I'm guessing that they're most likely using some sort of substitution technique, but several mountain ranges or even dozens of them are pieced together. In addition, there are many spatial nodes here, which is also the method of grafting. Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, In that case, does it mean that we are in some strange spatial law? Now that you've said that, I think it makes sense. He had his suspicions before. The terrain of some mountain ranges was indeed strange. If they were pieced together, it would make sense. Do you have any countermeasures? He shook his head and said, "We can only use force to split it open, but—" He looked worried as he watched the primordial fierce demons that attacked him from time to time. He said worriedly, "I'm just afraid that they've moved the space of the fearsome region here as well. If we split this place open, won't we fall into the depths of the desolate ancient fearsome region? The place where these fearsome demons live in groups." Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard this. Although these 3,000 people were the elites of the central region, under the constant attacks of the fierce demons, they suffered heavy casualties. This was only the demons that were lured over. If they fell into the demon's nest, what would happen? "If it is as you said, a place pieced together by countless spaces," Xianxia said, "then when we split this place, there will definitely be an extremely strong spatial storm, and everyone may be drawn into different spaces. It is indeed troublesome." Wei Qing snorted coldly, "I don't think so. If you're afraid of being separated, you can come to my yin-yang air bottle. I'll let you all out after splitting the world." With the exception of Xianxia and a few others, the faces of the experts from the two demon tribes changed drastically, and they hesitated. "What if Lord Wei Qing is forgetful and forgets to let us out when we get out?" the judge said without any hesitation. "I see. It's indeed a little troublesome." Wei Qing coldly chuckled a few times and said, "Then we'll rely on our own abilities. Be careful not to be swept away by the spatial storm." The referee's expression was a little unsightly. He looked at the crowd and said, "Is this really the only way to split open space?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge tremor came from the distance. Within everyone's line of sight, a large number of primordial fierce demons descended from the sky and rushed toward them. Gasps could be heard as the hornet's nest seemed to have been poked with nearly 100 of them. The faces of Xianxia and the others also turned unsightly. Wei Qing shouted, "If you want to live, make your decision quickly. Come into my yin-yang qi bottle, split open the space, and escape." Everyone was still hesitant. "It's too late," Xianxia suddenly said. "It's too late now. With our skills, we should be able to catch up, right?" Wei Qing frowned. Xianxia made a gesture in the air and said, "The space of the devil realm is different from that of the heavenly martial arts realm. First of all, it is much more stable, and it requires extremely strong power to split open. Thus, the spatial storm produced by Tongli would also be several times, or even dozens of times stronger. In addition, the space here was strange, and it was very likely that all kinds of storms would overlap, which would be even more troublesome. Therefore, if we really want to split open the space, we have to choose the weakest spot. This will take time." Everyone understood at once, and Wei Qing also fell silent. "Since that's the case, we'll talk about it later. Let's kill all of these fiendish demons first," Yuan said coldly. She didn't want to go into the yin-yang dual qi bottle either. After all, it would be too passive. Although she was a saint demon, she had a certain fear of the unknown, not to mention a famous saint weapon in the demon world. After Yuan finished speaking, she rushed up first. Her strength burst out at once and tore the two fierce demons in front of her apart. It was extremely brutal. The people of the two tribes trembled, but they were extremely encouraged. They didn't think too much, gritted their teeth, and rushed forward. "Kill them," Xianxia shouted. "Kill them." With a flash of light in his hand, he grabbed the master of the sinking ship and slashed at the primordial demons. At this moment, the banana fan didn't do much damage to these things, so it was better to cut them down one by one with the sword. With Xianxia and the others taking the lead, they took down the dozen or so in the front. At this moment, in the Saint Devil Hall of the Ancient Regions, a group of Saint Devil clan experts were looking at the water mirror, all of them smiling. The black-robed man chuckled. "I've finally revealed a group of primordial fierce demons. They seem to be living in a group. This will be enough for them to play for a while." The man in charge nodded and said, "Their strength has also exceeded my expectations. They've been here for 3 or 4 days, and more than half of them are still alive. I can't hold it in anymore," the black-robed man said. "If these 3,000 men were to face us directly, I'm afraid that the 17 Saint Devil families would suffer great losses. We'll make our move when their numbers have been reduced to less than a third." "Less than a third?" I'm afraid this wave of demons can't kill so many demon lords, the man in charge said. The black-robed man smiled and said, "There's no rush. We have patience. They definitely can't leave the Super Colosseum. If they forcefully split open the space, they'll create at least 10 spatial storms. When they overlap, even a demon commander will be heavily injured, unless it's a saint demon." The man in charge nodded and said, "It's good that he's severely injured. There's even a high chance that he'll be swept into the void and never come out again. As for those below Demon Venerable, they'll all die instantly if they encounter that storm. There's no other way." The rest of the Xingma family members were all terrified, but they all laughed as if they were watching a trapped beast fight. Several hours later, the fierce battle finally ended. Xianxia and the others were all pale and panting. The demon lords' expressions were even more unsightly. At a glance, almost half of them had fallen. At this moment, primordial ferocious demons were still falling from the sky from time to time. However, there were not that many at once, and they were all either one or two. "We can't take it anymore," the referee said with an ugly expression. "We have to leave this damn place. Otherwise, our entire army will die here." "I'll find the spatial node first," Xianxia said with a nod. "You can discuss whether you want to enter Wei Qing's Yin and Yang air bottle, or my Divine Realm tablet. But in the Divine Realm tablet, I'm afraid you'll suffer from the suppression of the realm power. Can't we try to withstand the storm by ourselves?" Yi and the others were extremely conflicted. "Of course," Xianxia said. "If you choose to take it head-on, that's fine." The demons all nodded. After all, it was too dangerous to enter the Yin-Yang dual chi bottle. In the demon world, there was no such thing as entrusting one's entire life to someone else. "We'll talk about how to get out later," the referee said. "You should go and find a reliable weak point first." Xianxia took the lead and flew away, then began to spread his divine sense to search around. On the other hand, Yuan and the others looked slightly tired, but they still charged toward the fiendish demons that kept appearing. After a few hours, everyone gathered on an unremarkable mountain peak. Xianxia stretched out his hand and drew a few runes in the air. Immediately, a round array appeared with a few strange cone-shaped light runes drawn on it. Xianxia gestured a few times, then pointed at the cones and said, "These places should be the safest. However, the so-called safest is only relatively speaking. Overall, the risks are extremely great. I suggest that you all consider hiding in the holy artifact." The referee looked at the crowd hesitantly. The demon lords all shook their heads and said, "We all know the saint artifact's power. If we go in, we'll be handing our lives over to others. We've never done something like that before." "All right," Xianxia nodded and said, "Since you've made up your mind, I can't say anything more. Sir, about splitting open the space, I'll do it," he nodded. She was the strongest here, and this kind of thing was only suitable for one person to do. If more than one person attacked at the same time, it would be easier to cause chaos. Yuan made a grabbing motion with her hands, and the two types of flames immediately appeared in her palms before slowly fusing together in front of her. In the Saint Devil Hall, the Saint Devil family experts in front of the water mirror all trembled, their eyes wide open. "She's going to shatter the space?" the black-robed man exclaimed in shock. The man in charge said in a deep voice, "It seems so. Moreover, they could only shatter the space. Otherwise, they would really die of exhaustion inside. If it were you or me, I'm afraid that we would also choose this path in the end." The black-robed man nodded and said, "The light green flame in Yi's hand is very terrifying. It's not even weaker than the ice fiend heart flame. I wonder what kind of flame it is." The people from the Saint Devil clan all shook their heads. No one recognized him. After the netherworld fire and the ice fiend heart flame fused together, they instantly turned into an incomparably huge fire blade, and under Yuan's control, it suddenly slashed forward. Boom! The blade of fire cut into the runic light in an instant and pierced into it. Boom, boom, boom! The entire sky trembled violently and was split into two by the flames. It was like a steel plate that was pried open by a vast and terrifying force. Yuan's expression was extremely solemn as she stared at the slowly splitting sky, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. "Be careful, everyone!" Suddenly, Xiao shouted, "All of you, defend!" He was the first to sense the danger, so he quickly held his sword horizontally in front of him and immediately created a barrier around him. Boom! The sky instantly collapsed, and the terrifying storm swallowed everyone without any warning. A large number of demons disappeared in an instant. Even Xiao Hong and the others felt their hearts tremble in a hurry and hurriedly used their own abilities to protect themselves. Xiao's face turned a little unsightly. The power of the spatial storm was as he had expected, more than 10 times stronger than that of the heavenly martial realm, and it seemed to be very complicated. "Come to my sword world. Don't get separated." Xiao suddenly poured his demonic energy into the sword, instantly drawing out 2/3 of its power and expanding the sword enchantment around it by 7 or 8 times. The demons not far away from him all tried their best to get closer. Some of them finally could not hold on any longer. With a scream, they were swept away by the storm and thrown into the endless abyss. Only a few lucky ones managed to escape to his sword world. They heaved a heavy sigh of relief and looked grateful. The rest of the powerhouses, including Yuan and Wei Qing, also hurriedly created a barrier and began to absorb as many people as possible. At this moment, Richard was so remorseful that it wanted to cry. Under the investigation of his divine sense, at least half of the devils had been swallowed up the moment the space was torn open and disappeared. In the Saint Devil Hall, the huge water mirror turned dark as well, and no one could see anything from it. The manager's face darkened and he sneered, "This time, they're courting death. After experiencing that storm, at least 70% to 80% of them will die, and the rest will be nothing to worry about. Let's go. We're going to collect the corpse." Within the hall, the people of the Shengma family, under his and the black-robed man's lead, all turned into streaks of light and shot out of the hall one after another, flying off in a certain direction. After that, everyone around the hall received the news as well. Large groups of demons flew up from all over the place. There were more than 10,000 of them, and they followed closely behind the Saint Demon Clan experts, quickly disappearing from the hall. The man in charge and the black-robed man were the 2 Saint Demons of the Saint Demon family Bai Heshu. They were also the core leaders of the 17 families. Bai was the person in charge. He said, "That spirit beast arena is very far from us. Everyone hurry up. Don't let them escape." "You must be joking," the book said with a smile. "This is the ancient realm. Without the star map and the teleportation formation, where can we escape to? Tearing space will definitely produce powerful devil essence fluctuations, so we'll naturally be able to sense them when we're nearby." When Bai Yi heard this, he felt that it was true and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Xiao and the others were experiencing a terrible scene. A large number of devil lords were torn to pieces in the space, and many who could resist it by force were swept away, leaving no trace of their aura. Only those who were attached to the barriers of the experts, and those who were lucky enough to bump into each other, took the opportunity to set up a barrier together, and some survived. After several hours, they finally saw light and everyone was thrown out. Bang! The earth trembled, and many figures flew out of the cracks one after another, falling to the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. Some of them were already seriously injured, and they exploded on the spot with a swing, exploding into demonic chi and dispersing. Yuan and the others all had gloomy faces. They looked uglier than pig livers and their faces were ashen. They stared at the crack, hoping that more people would be thrown out. But the cruel display was that the crack soon closed on its own, and no more demon lords appeared. Yi's heart trembled slightly as he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Only 300 people had survived the spatial storm this time, and 7 or 8 out of 10 had died. The bodies of demon race people were condensed from demon chi, not flesh and blood. Otherwise, Skeleton would have vomited blood on the spot. But even so, he still felt an abnormal pressure on his chest, and he couldn't help but look pained. Out of the 300 people who survived, all of them were injured, and many of them were heavily injured. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. Even though life and death are determined by fate, this is too stupid of a death. Wei Qing could not help but say. The Arceus region. Shang replied coldly. 6 wings. I'm going to kill you all. Yunxiao's heart stirred as he said firmly. Right. We'll destroy the Arceus region. Kill 6-winged and avenge everyone. This was the time when morale was at its lowest, and it was easy for pessimism and despair to spread. Directing all of their hatred towards the Arceus region was undoubtedly a good way to gather people's energy and boost their morale, so that everyone would be united against a common enemy. Sure enough, at Yuan and Yunxiao's call, the 300 people were all furious, as if they were going to fight the Arceus region to the death. The referee said, Everyone, adjust your breathing and recover as soon as possible. There might be even more serious challenges waiting for us. Needless to say, all the demons were also regulating their breathing. Many of them were too seriously injured and were forcibly suppressing their injuries so that they didn't degrade. Their combat power was close to 0. Yunxiao, on the other hand, was worried. Since the people of the Arceus region have already set a trap for us, I'm afraid they'll definitely have a backup plan. It's too dangerous for everyone to rest here. The referee said, What else can we do at this moment? This was the Arceus region and they had the home ground advantage. If we don't have a star map, we won't be able to identify the direction at all, so we can only wait here. Yunxiao thought for a moment and found it reasonable, but he could not refute it. So he nodded and began to cultivate. Everyone knew that their fate would be very tragic, so they all made the best use of every second to cultivate, not willing to waste a single second. Half a day later, Yunxiao and he suddenly opened their eyes. They were the first to sense a powerful aura, which blotted out the sky and earth as it flew over from a distance. Yuan's face changed drastically as she looked at Yunxiao and said, How do you feel? No. Yunxiao shook his head slightly and said, I'm afraid there are over 10,000 people. What? The expressions of the 2 people woke everyone from their cultivation. At this moment, when they heard this, all of their faces were ashen. Don't panic, everyone, Yunxiao said. Since we are all prepared to face death, the worst that can happen is death. What is there to fear? Not bad. Lord Li was right, the worst that could happen was death. We've set out with 3,000 men, but we haven't even seen a single enemy, and we're only left with 300. Everyone here is considered lucky. So what is there to be afraid of? The judge chimed in as well. She gave Yunxiao a glance with a smile, without the slightest fear, and her face was filled with determination. Yunxiao thought to himself, No matter what, as long as I can survive this battle, I must protect Phoenix. Xiaohong looked at the 2 men's eyes silently, as if she had guessed Yunxiao's thoughts, and said nothing. However, he thought to himself, I like Big Brother Yunxiao too. So what right do I have to keep Big Brother for myself? No matter what, I must protect Big Brother's life in this battle. At this moment, everyone had different thoughts, but they were all prepared for the worst. An hour later, a dense mass of demons immediately surrounded them from all directions. They all stared coldly at the 300 people. Most of them had arrogant and mocking expressions, as if they were looking at dead people. Those eyes are really annoying. I wish I could dig out all their eyes. The judge's face turned cold. Humph, arrogant. You have to have the ability to do that. The person in charge, Bai, coldly said, However, even though you guys don't have any capabilities, you do have some courage. To think that you would dare to come to the Arceus region and provoke us. Shu crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with a mocking expression, You're wrong. They still have the strength. There are actually more than 3 survivors. This number is much higher than I expected. I didn't even want to give you the 30-point target. Who do you think you are? Setting a target. Richard said angrily. Silly. Shu's expression turned angry, but then she laughed and said, Ha ha ha. You've seen through it before your death. After all, you're a holy demon of your generation, so I won't argue with you. Everyone, rest in peace. Go, kill them all. Bai waved his hand and shouted. The tens of thousands of demons instantly became very loud, shouting in unison to kill, making the 300 people shiver. However, everyone immediately realized that the possibility of them making it out alive was not high. On the contrary, they became relaxed. Kill! The sounds of killing shook the sky as a dense crowd of demons charged over from all directions. Xianxia raised his right hand, and the world's pride and smile immediately fell into his hand as he shouted, "Everyone, move!" As the banana fan moved, the wind and clouds surged. The strong wind and the fire mixed together and turned into dragons of wind and fire, attacking in all directions. Boom! Boom! Every elemental power that fell would shatter a group of demons. With just his strength alone, he had actually blocked the attack of more than 10,000 devils. The remaining people's faces all changed greatly and they retreated, not daring to approach the former. "Lord Ding, go and kill that kid." Bai's expression changed as he shouted. An expert from the Xianxia family behind him had a difficult expression as he said, "He's with Yuan. If Yuan makes a move, then hoo-hoo." Bai's face darkened. "I'll be there if Yuan makes a move," he said angrily. "Don't tell me that Brother Shu and I can't protect you?" "Don't worry," the book nodded. "With the two of us here, we definitely won't give Yuan the chance to make a move. The profound level weapon in that kid's hand is too powerful. It's simply the nemesis of large-scale battles. We must kill him." Ding finally relaxed and cupped his fists. "Then I'll have to trouble the two of you to hold the line. I'll be right back." With a flash, he appeared beside Xianxia in the blink of an eye, then clenched his hands into a pair of chains and reached for Yunxiao's throat, trying to kill him with one strike. Che Yu and Xiaohong were right beside Yunxiao. They wanted to come forward to help, but Yunxiao stopped them and said, "Leave this person to me. He's nothing to fear." He also had his own judgment. Just now, the fierce wind and fire had already suppressed the other party's aura. It would be good if they could buy more time for the 300 soldiers to recover. Furthermore, if he could kill the cauldron, he would be able to weaken the other party's strength and increase their morale. It was killing two birds with one stone. But if Che Yu and Xiaohong attacked, the other side would definitely send more experts, and it would be a chaotic battle. Thus, he immediately stopped Che Yu and Xiaohong and went up to the cauldron alone. "Haha, you still dare to say that I'm not a threat? He really deserved to die." Ding suddenly stretched out her hand, which transformed into a sharp claw and struck at the sky. He had been worried that they would besiege him, but when he saw Yunxiao rush up alone and say some arrogant words, he immediately relaxed his vigilance and was filled with anger. He grabbed at Yunxiao with all his strength. The demonic claw spread out in the air and covered a radius of several thousand feet, causing the ground to shake and make a muffled sound. Holding the sword with both hands, Yunxiao slashed it out in a straight line. Bang bang! The floating sword hit the palm of the demonic claw, sending out beams of demonic light. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and countless palm lines were broken. "Ah!" Ding screamed in pain. He grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, and his eyes almost popped out. "What?" The rest of the Xianxia family's experts were all shocked. They had some understanding of each other, and they knew that Ding's claw attack was so powerful that even divine weapons would find it hard to resist it. Yet it was so easily sliced apart by the other party's sword. Yunxiao was shocked as well. He had thought that he could easily break the palm, but he could not penetrate it with his floating advantage. His face sank, and he poured more demonic qi into the sword. Suddenly, a stream of light flew up, and with a qi sound, it cut a hole in the palm of the demonic claw, and he himself flashed through it. "Ah!" Ding screamed as his right hand exploded with a bang. He staggered a few steps back, and the monstrous demonic qi on his body began to scatter. His aura dropped rapidly. All of his demonic arts were cultivated on that palm. Now that it was broken, he was like a tiger that had its limbs cut off, waiting to be slaughtered. Under the pain, his face was filled with fear and confusion, not knowing what to do. But Yunxiao did not scare him for too long, because a sword came down and cut off his head. It exploded with a bang and turned into fiend energy. "Lord Ding!" Someone from the Xianxia family cried out in grief and indignation. It was an expert from one of the families. Although there were many open and secret conflicts on normal days, They were all feeling sad for the death of their kind. Yunxiao pointed his sword at the Shengma family and sneered, "Who else dares to come and die?" He could travel 3,000 miles and block millions of soldiers with one sword. The tens of thousands of soldiers were in an uproar. They became restless and couldn't help but retreat a lot. No one dared to rush forward. "You're looking for death." Bai's face turned cold as he looked at Shu and said, "Ding's strength is extraordinary. Although he died because of his carelessness, this kid really can't be underestimated. Why don't you make a trip down personally to boost the morale of the three armies?" Shu's expression became a little solemn. Although he was a little unwilling at this time under the attention of the three armies, if he retreated, the impact would be significant. He could only nod and say, "All right," he said. The black robe on his body was removed, revealing his burly and majestic body. His aura slowly rose, and his entire face turned from yellow to lustrous. As he took a step forward, a powerful force spread out and shook Yunxiao's long robe. "Holy demon!" Yunxiao's face flickered. Two figures stood out from behind him and said in unison, "I'll fight this battle." They were Yuan and Cheyu. After they finished speaking, they frowned and looked at each other coldly. "What, are you afraid?" The book sneered. Before Yunxiao could answer, Cheyu said, "This isn't a question of whether I'm afraid or not. It's just that our strengths are completely different. You're dealing with a minion as a saint demon. Even if you win, will you still have any face?" "Humph. He killed the cauldron with a single sword strike, and he dares to call himself an underling." "What is that cauldron?" the book said angrily. Cheyu laughed. "Of course they're nothing more than trash. If you want to play, then let me accompany you. If you're afraid of death, then get lost. Let these 10,000 minions die first." "You don't have to provoke me," the book said. "Since you insist on dying, I'll just have to fulfill your wish. Come out. I'll kill him after I kill you," he said with a cold smile. Then he pointed at Yunxiao. In fact, Shu was also afraid in his heart. He was afraid that the other party would be replaced by Yuan, and that would be a big problem. Although Yuan's current state was not too good, when he saw her combine two types of flames into a blade in the water mirror and split open the void, he could sense that the other party's strength was above his. Thus, he simply called out Cheyu and killed him. If Yuan wanted to fight again, he would have an excuse to retreat and Bai Shang would fight. Bai had the same thoughts, hoping that the book would fight with Yuan. Seeing that it was Cheyu who accepted the challenge, he could not help but reveal a disappointed expression. In their eyes, the only person who could pose a threat to them was Yuan, who was also a holy demon. As for the others, no matter how powerful they were, they didn't take them seriously at all. Yunxiao drew back his sword and said in a low voice, "Can you do it?" Cheyu also did not have much confidence, he said dejectedly. "If it's in the realm of heavenly martial arts, it won't be a problem. But here I'll do my best." "It's not about trying your best," Yunxiao said with a frown. "If you lose, you'll most likely die." Cheyu rolled his eyes at him. "Can't you say something nice? I also know that I might die if I lose, but what can I do at this moment? My chances of winning should be higher than yours." Without waiting for Yunxiao to speak again, he stepped forward and walked forward. Yunxiao's face flickered as he said in a low voice, "Please don't die." Cheyu nodded. "Don't worry, it won't be that easy. Don't forget, I'm the true dragon of this generation." Shu stared at Cheyu, and after a while, shock appeared in his eyes. "You're the realm king of the realm of heavenly martial arts." As soon as he said this, the holy demon world and the demon army were all shocked. They couldn't help but look at Cheyu. The disdain they had for him disappeared and was replaced with surprise and curiosity. "What?" Cheyu laughed coldly. "If you're scared, then kneel down and call me daddy. I can spare your life." Xianxia couldn't help but feel depressed. He had thought that by avoiding Yuan, his strength would be able to sweep away everything, but he didn't expect there to be a world king. However, he didn't care and sneered, "Since you're the realm king of the heavenly martial realm, you should know that the devil realm is stronger than the heavenly martial realm, and the holy devil is far more powerful than the realm king. Moreover, this is the devil world, so I have an advantage." Yu blinked his big eyes and said, So you're going to kneel down and call me dad? I'm furious. You should die. The book was enraged by the other party's provocation. It was too lazy to say anything more and directly grabbed at Yu. The demon race lacked profound level weapons, especially when they reached the Saint Demon realm. The only profound level weapons they could have were the Six Paths demonic weapon. So they all fought empty-handed. But even so, it was still terrifying. Under the light waves, there was the faint image of a terrifying beast roaring. Yu's expression was solemn, but his eyes were clear as water. He raised his hand and slashed out with his right arm. Swish! Wherever the sword chi passed, the demonic chi retreated. Under the sword radiance's shaking, the beast phantom was directly shattered. Bang! Their palms hit each other, and a powerful force exploded. Spiritual pressure spread in all directions, and the sky was divided into two with the two of them as the boundary. However, in just a moment, his palms separated and each of them retreated a few steps. Shu's expression darkened. His entire arm was in pain from the sword chi, but the abnormality was dispelled in a flash. A large amount of demonic chi came from all directions and poured into his arm to repair it. Yu's arm was also numb, but the difference was that he had to consume his own dragon essence to dispel the numbness. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he cried out, "Finish the battle quickly!" He immediately saw the problem. Shu managed to dispel the sword chi after taking 3 steps back, but Yu managed to take 5 steps back and still suppress the demonic chi with his strong body. Their strength was clear at a glance, and the book had the home advantage. If they delayed any longer, they would have no chance of winning. Yu also understood this logic. He immediately shouted and his body started to change. Golden scales covered his entire body. His body rose into the air and instantly transformed into a true dragon, roaring as it charged down. What? Dragon? The book was shocked. His arms shook and he formed a seal in front of him. Strong winds and demonic chi came from all directions, forming a huge demonic shield in front of him. Bang! The true dragon's claws struck the demonic shield, causing the entire space to shake violently. Moreover, the demonic shield was directly deformed and unstable. The book gritted its teeth and couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha ha! This lord's holy demon imperial shield has already been cultivated to its peak. Unless one has a strength that surpasses mine, there's no way to break it. The people of the 100 races who were watching the battle from a distance were all overjoyed. They all had complicated expressions and different thoughts. The true dragon's eyes were filled with ferocity. After its claws pressed down with all its might, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ray of green light. The green light swirled in the air and turned into a world sword, slashing down fiercely. Swish! The sword cut into the holy demon imperial shield and directly penetrated 3 points. Countless demonic chi swirled along the sword, and a vortex appeared on the shield, as if it was resisting the sword force. What? The book was shocked. The sacred demon imperial shield could block all attacks that were weaker than one's cultivation base. It was almost an invincible move in the realm barrier. At this moment, he could only watch as the green sword pierced down bit by bit. If it were to take the time to brew a cup of tea, it would be broken. What kind of ghost sword is this? Shu's heart was overwhelmed with shock, but he didn't dare to withdraw his shield. Otherwise, in an instant, the sword would come down and stab him directly. Moreover, the power of a sword that could break through a defensive shield was enough to make one's scalp go numb. How could one dare to use their body to withstand it? After the true dragon spat out the world sword, its bell-like eyes opened even wider, bursting with boundless anger. Its dragon claws grabbed the hilt of the sword, and a dragon roar shook the sky as it stabbed down. The tip of the sword went deeper and deeper, bit by bit. As the two armies faced each other, everyone's eyes were fixed on the sword, nervously watching. Xianxia was also worried. Now, the two of them had fallen into a situation of competing with their primordial chi, and neither side could stop. They could only fight to the death. This situation was advantageous to Yu, because the longer this dragged on, the more trouble he would be in. However, if the holy demon imperial shield could not be broken quickly, as long as the speed of the sword's piercing slowed down, Shu would have enough stamina to fight it out with Yu. Because he was surrounded by demonic qi, he could replenish it without limit. Even if it was very slow, it was better than nothing. However, Yu relied on his own strength. Consuming a little bit was just a little bit, there was no nourishment. Xiao's eyes were sharp, and he had been staring at the tip of the sword. He was shocked when he saw the speed of the sword slowing down until it almost stopped. His expression darkened, and at the same time, he shot a look at Wei Qing, Xiao Hong, and the others, signaling that as soon as Yu showed signs of defeat, they would all come together to save him. He also secretly transmitted his voice to Wei Qing to discuss the division of labor later. Wei Qing would be the one to save the person, while he planned to launch a sneak attack with all his might and try to kill Shu. Ha ha ha! What's the matter? You finally can't take it anymore. Shu suddenly laughed maniacally. He could feel Yu's exhaustion. The sword of the world was just a few inches away from piercing through the holy demon's shield, but it finally stopped. Under the influence of his powerful demonic power, it was slowly being pushed out. I can't take it anymore. Next, I'll die. Die! Shu roared, and the aura on her body suddenly exploded. The surrounding demonic qi flew around her like a whirlwind, and was absorbed into the holy demon shield, increasing its power. Xiao, Wei Qing, and the others grew nervous, waiting for the moment to make a move. The true dragon's eyes were still cold, but its huge body was shrinking back to its human form. It held the hilt of the sword in its right hand and was still calm. The world sword stopped in the shield again, as if it had stopped. The book sneered. This is the home ground advantage. The more you consume now, the more you'll be injured later. Why bother? So, you're going to kneel down and call me daddy? Yu said coldly. Damn it! Go to hell! The book was furious. Its body suddenly leaned forward, madly absorbing the surrounding demonic qi into the shield, and the sword was slowly pushed out again. Xiao frowned. Although Wei Qing and Xiao Hong were watching nervously, he found it strange, because there was no panic in Yu's eyes, but ridicule. What the hell is this kid doing? Is he pretending to be calm because he doesn't want us to see his ugly state? Xiao muttered to himself. With a flip of his left hand, Yu took out a huge dragon crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. Ah! Xiao's mouth was wide open in shock. And after Yu finished one piece, he ate another. Apart from Wei Qing, no one else understood what it was, and they all looked at Yu with a weird expression. Even if it was a heavenly treasure, it would be a drop in the bucket to replenish his true qi at this time. Yu unhurriedly ate the 2 fist-sized dragon crystals and took in a deep breath. A dragon roar burst out from his chest and shook the heavens. At the same time, the world swords buzzed under the dragon's roar, echoing each other. A draconic domain began to spread out from Yu's body, suppressing the surrounding space and forcing back all the demonic qi. Everything within a radius of a few thousand feet turned green. The book's expression changed drastically, and his heart trembled. He could not feel any demonic qi under the dragon realm. Yu's power continued to rise, and the world sword chimed happily before it fell down again. Seeing that the holy demon imperial shield was about to be pierced through, Shu couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Bye! Quickly save me!" Although many people from the Saint Devil clan realized that the situation was not right, they did not expect the book to call for help at this time. They could not help but be stunned, and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Yuan took the lead and coldly glanced at them. She said in a cold voice, "Whoever dares to make a move will have to pass this lord first." Bai's expression was unsightly. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the true dragon of the realm of heavenly martial arts would be here and defeat Shu. Looking at the current situation, the world sword had already pierced through the holy demon shield and was slowly approaching Book's chest. If he didn't make a move now, Book might really be killed by that sword. But even if they did, the other party had Yuan, and the other people were not weak. Could they save Shu? "My lord! Please save my lord!" The experts who came from the same family as Shu were sweating profusely as they pleaded with Bai. Bai Yi was in a difficult position. This was a matter of fighting one-on-one in front of the three armies. If he were to make a move, not to mention whether he could really save Shu, even if he could, their Xingma family would lose all their face. How could Shu care so much? When he saw that the tip of the sword was less than 3 inches away from his chest, and the terrifying sword chi had even slightly pierced his chest, he felt a chill all over his body. Hurry up and attack. On account of our acquaintance, don't leave me in the lurch. AI! Bai Shin sighed and turned his face away. When the 3 experts from the same clan saw that Bai had no intention of making a move, they stomped their feet in anger and charged out to save him. You reckless fool! He sneered. 2 flames appeared on her body and combined in front of her. They instantly condensed into a giant blade, which was exactly the same as when she had split the void earlier. She instantly slashed out. Boom! The 3 of them couldn't dodge in time, and in their shock they tried to block it. They were instantly injured and sent flying back. Meanwhile, Yuan's expression darkened, as if she was very dissatisfied with her attack just now. She snorted. You 3 ants have it easy. I'll let you live a little longer. You can die later. This time, the 3 people's faces turned pale, and they all became well-behaved, not daring to act rashly again. At the same time, the 3 of them were already seriously injured and even had the thought of leaving first. At this moment, the book finally couldn't hold on any longer. The sword had already reached his chest and was slowly moving in. He only felt a chill in his chest, and the suppression of the dragon's breath was uncomfortable. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me, he roared in anger. His eyes turned red in an instant, and he changed his hand seals, tearing apart the holy demon imperial shield. The violent demonic chi in his palms turned into 2 sharp blades, and he struck out fiercely. The moment the holy demon shield disappeared, all the world swords stabbed into Book's chest. Che Yu also arrived in front of the Book. Seeing the 2 attacks, he shouted, "Not good!" But it was too late. He hurriedly stopped his body and wanted to retreat, but the 2 slashes had already landed on his body. Boom! A terrifying force exploded, and the world sword instantly split the Book in half. The entire dragon field was shattered by the 2 powerful forces. Yunxiao saw Chio's aura plummet, and the blood he spat out was vaporized. 2 huge wounds were cut on his body, almost penetrating through it. Old dragon! He rushed forward with a roar and hurriedly grabbed Che-Yu in the midst of the terrifying shock waves, sucking him into the divine realm tablet. Only then did he retreat in a flash. The power vibrations in the sky lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before they gradually subsided. Yunxiao did not look too good. The divine realm tablet had been destroyed, and Che-Yu was almost on the verge of death. He split a part of his soul and searched Che-Yu's body, but he could not find the dragon crystal. He could not help but feel anxious. Che-Yu had already fallen into a deep coma. Even if he had the dragon crystal, he could not take it out. In a hurry, Yunxiao had no choice but to gather all the spirit chi in the divine realm tablet and form an array around Che-Yu. It was constantly being injected into his body, trying to maintain his life. Outside the divine realm tablet, Bai's face was extremely unsightly. He stared at Yunxiao with a cold look, pointed at him and said, "You're cheating! Before the outcome of the battle has been decided, they've already started to kidnap people." Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and he naturally met the gaze fearlessly. His heart was already burning with anger, and at this moment, he said coldly, "I cheated." "What, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, you can go die." "Damn it!" Bai was speechless and said angrily. With a wave of his hand, he immediately commanded the army and roared, "Kill! Kill them all!" The people of the Xingma family were already filled with anger, and the tens of thousands of demons in the sky were even more excited. They kept shouting to encourage themselves as they rushed down from all directions. "What a bunch of retards!" Yunxiao sneered. "Have you forgotten the lesson just now?" With a flip of his right hand, he grabbed the proud smile of the secular world and slapped him in all directions.